Do 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 do. Greetings there, travelers. Welcome to another peculiar and awkward episode of these Bible study devotionals that we're just attempting to do. Just trying to hopefully try to peer into the Word of God, and even if we peer into the same verse, it seems like even if I peer into the same verse and read some commentaries on it, there's always something that I have not remembered, which goes into the act of memorization. And for me personally, I feel like in this season that I'm at, I think the hardest part is how to apply God's word into reality, or in the thick of it, or when certain things pop up. Just like for an example, when you're driving around and sometimes you see some crazy driver and they're just really, really angry, right? And the thing is, I was told the reason why a lot of drivers, well, maybe not a lot of drivers, but some drivers get angry is because it's something abruptly that happened, or it's something that is nagging them, and it's causing this fight or flight situation in their mind, which leads to more anxiety, more fear, more anger, things of this nature. And I feel like I have been in those situations, not necessarily driving per se, but I feel like everybody has gotten angry and upset and sad and all these crazy emotions and stuff like this, right? But I feel personally, it's when we go through these negative emotions that's actually the hardest time for me personally to apply the Word of God. And I feel like when those situations happen, if I don't even have the verses memorized in my mind, there's some times where I'm just like, it's like not even in my mind. And then I end up potentially doing something that gets me in trouble or something like that. So we're here and we're just going to just look up some verses. It seems like we have the technology too. And also I know these Bible studies are just super awkward. The other thing I want to relay, I've said this so many times, is that I went into streaming not even thinking I was even going to do these Bible study devotionals. That's the whole weird thing about it. This whole stream, actually, I used to just play WoW on the stream. As I get a little bit deeper, I actually kind of think these Bible study devotionals are actually kind of fun. And it kind of gives me a little bit of it kind of feels like it's a little quest in some weird way. And also it kind of just feels like I know it sounds really cheesy, but it almost kind of feels like we're playing an RPG game and we're just leveling up our speechcraft ability. We leveled up our speechcraft a little bit. And another thing I've started realizing is that this time period we do these Bible studies in, it's the only time where I actually read aloud. And I don't know, I guess I haven't really asked people in person, you guys just read aloud? So I don't know, I have heard that it does start changing, and reading things aloud can actually help you to, coincidentally, it can help you to memorize things, because it gives you that second little sense of hearing, right? Where and then I don't remember exactly what sermon it was. There's so many sermons out there. But I do remember there was this one pastor and he said something along the lines of, I don't know, there's some weird verse that says something like faith comes by hearing, hearing the word of God, which is weird because it's if we're reading aloud, are we almost hearing the word in some weird way? I don't really know, right? But anyway, what we're going to get into today is we're going to get into, oh yeah, by the way, if you guys don't want to listen to this crazy rambling of me just thinking about these verses, which I want to say, I feel like I mess up a lot, so please take everything I say with a grain of salt. But if you guys don't want to listen to that, which it does seem like most of the people that even watch these streams, that's actually the other weird thing about these streams, is that most of the people that even follow this channel, it seems like you guys are just believers. I actually have only met like 17, I think it's been like 17 or like 15 BMX riders on Twitch, which is actually insane to me, because I'm just like, what in the world? Like, it's so crazy that most of the people that even follow this channel are just believers. So I feel like most of the people don't even really watch the BMX stuff. So I don't know. I wish there was more BMX riders streaming and stuff. I guess it is kind of strange, and I would like to hopefully, I mean, I guess that's probably one of the reasons why you don't see many BMX riders, is because generally they're at their skate park or they're out street riding and stuff, and you need that like crazy like setup to stream outside of your Wi-Fi, which right now I don't have that setup. Maybe in the future I might have that set up, where, dude, how cool would it be if you could just like go out and just like stream anywhere, man? That'd be really cool. But yeah, if you're a rider out here, I mean, it seems like there's not even that many BMX riders on here, but if you're a rider, it'd be really cool for you to start streaming. I've also heard from other big streamers, like the guys that get like 30, 40, 50,000 people watching them, that I have heard some of them say that if you guys are even interested, even in a slight, even a little degree of just interest of even thinking about making like YouTube videos, you want to do that or something, a lot of them have said that streaming is way easier, and it actually is kind of like a good like practice to get into that if you potentially want to get into that, because the thing about YouTube is I honestly think YouTube's like way harder. Like, it's like so much harder because you have to sit there and edit. You have to watch your clip over and over and over again, edit thing. You got to find the copyright free music. You got to put, there's all sorts of stuff. Shout out to all you guys that do like the YouTube videos, because that's a lot of work. So much work that I'm like, holy moly, how do you guys even like keep up? Especially those guys like say like Dan Corrigan, the skater that I watch generally when I draw. He skates for Pal. Dude, he makes a video like every single day. And I will say, I haven't heard really too many people talking about this, but I think it's almost like Dan kind of, I feel like he almost like streams, but he's just doing kind of like this impromptu stream of just filming every day. Because I feel like once you start adding a bunch of days up of footage and you're like, oh, well, I got to comb through all this. Oh, wait, I don't want to put this in there. I don't want to put this in there. But I feel like if you do it on a day-by-day basis, it makes it way easier for you to edit, because you're like, okay, start of the day, boom, and then you kind of know, and then you just throw all that stuff in that day thing, right? And I think that's how he's been doing it, and how he's able to just crank out all the time, just which it's cool to see. And anyway, let's get into the Bible study. We're gonna get into hidden treasures today. I know there's some verses that bring up like hidden treasures. I think it was all I'm thinking about too is because the last Bible study we did on Proverbs 2, there was something about like seeking wisdom, like hidden treasures or something like that. Where is the Bible? Oh, where it is? I think it's in my bag right now. This is the cool thing about the little pocket Bible. See, we can open this up just like so, like this, and we can have this out right here, which it kind of seems like a little sheath on the belt, honestly. It's like, because this is, oddly enough, this is, people within the armor of God, this is known as the sword of the Spirit. Now, if we go into Proverbs 2, which I think we did that last time, there was this part in there that kind of, well, actually, I have it underlined, a crazy amount, but we didn't really go into it, right? We went into actually this verse last time of every good path, right? We will understand every good path and stuff like this. But this is the one I kind of wanted to go into today is, and let's just read from the top. My son, if you receive my words and treasure up my commandments with you, making your ear attentive to wisdom and inclining your heart to understanding. Yes, if you call out for insight and raise your voice for understanding, if you seek it like silver and search for it as for hidden treasures, then you will understand the fear of the Lord and find the knowledge of God. You will find the knowledge of God, right? And now that's not the only part that brings up hidden treasures. Now, I know I brought it up last time. If I can find the verse, let's see if we can find the verse. There's this verse that says something. Oh, yeah, it's right here. This verse right here It is the glory of God to conceal things, but the glory of kings is to search things out. Now, this isn't the only verse. There's also in this Old Testament verse that I somewhat remember something about God hides treasures or something. And I think it's in Isaiah, like hidden treasures in dark places or something like that. And it's so weird because I was also thinking a little bit on, there's a parable of the hidden treasure, I think. There's the parable of the treasure hidden out in the field. Like, how crazy is that? And the guy knows that there's a treasure out in the field, and you know what he does? He sells everything and buys that entire field to find that little treasure. Now, I guess I don't know too much about that parable, but for me, in some sense, it's almost like it kind of reminds me of us like picking up our cross. Like, can we go out? Imagine if God were to show you, or maybe not even show you, he just told you that there was a treasure out there, right? It's so crazy to think that there's all these little, it trips me out thinking that God can potentially be hiding little treasures for us to find. And I don't know if that's subjective to every believer. I think it kind of is, because it is weird, because I feel like when I have talked to some believers, it seems like, they're like, oh, well, I kind of felt, I mean, not only just some believers, even if you go on, like, you listen to a lot of believers, some believers go, well, I felt, the Holy Spirit kind of guided me, not in this direction, or over here, and it's kind of weird. I'm kind of wondering, does God even use these hidden treasures potentially to guide believers subjectively compared to, other people? Which that brings up a whole nother level, which there's actually this new phenomena, a lot of new phenomena, because of the technological revolution. I mean, I wouldn't even say it's a revolution. We've been in it for a while now. But another one I'm starting to notice, and I tried to look up sermons, but I can't really find too many sermons on it, is that I can't find any sermons on it, actually. So if you guys know any, this new thing that's starting to happen that I'm starting to see is that, there's the whole thing with the elders, the elders of the church, the pastoral elders of the church, right? But the thing that's starting to trip some people out, because I have been meeting some believers that are like, oh, well, my pastor or elder doesn't want me doing this or this or this, even to the point of some people say, oh, well, you shouldn't be consuming certain video games or certain types of media and stuff like that. Well, here's the problem now, is that now we have the internet right now, right? So now what starts happening, what I'm starting to notice is people my age and younger, they go, well, this elder or this pastor is saying that this is wrong, and then they go look it up, and then they go, well, there's all these believers that say it's okay. So, but then it's just like strange, because like, what if your family was a part of that pastoral thing, right? I don't know what to say on that, right? I just know that now, because of this little phenomenon, I guess I don't even want to say it's a little phenomenon. I actually think it's growing more and more and more because of the internet, because we could just search things up on the internet. And not only the internet, it's because of the act of just influence by mere association, right? Imagine if there was something called public schooling, right? Where you just all get thrown in the same age range, and we're all just in the same age range, right? And imagine if like all your classmates didn't go to the same church you went to, right? And they're like, oh, well, I'm doing this, Johnny, or I'm doing this, and I'm doing this. My parents let me do this. Well, the thing is that they spend so much time with these kids that I honestly feel like just the act of influence by mere association, they're going to just be like, oh, well, I want to do it too. Even if the elders or the pastors say I shouldn't be doing that, right? Well, and it's so weird, because I'm wondering how much is this actually affecting people? And I'm wondering, there has to be a bunch of pastors thinking about this maybe not right as I speak, but I just feel like this is a new phenomena that's just growing and growing and growing. It's like, what are you supposed to even do in that situation? What do you do in a situation where we have multiple elders, multiple pastors, multiple elders of different denominations kind of being like, well, we think this is right, but we don't think that's right. But then we're like, okay, well, where's what if these elders don't agree with each other? What do we do in that situation, right? And then what do we do if they don't agree with each other? But then there's like, I guess the people kind of growing up, and they're just like Googling stuff and just searching things up on the internet, and they're just getting all sorts of different, answers, or just, I really don't know what we do in that sort of situation, to be honest. I'd like to think that I don't really know what to think about on that thing, right? I guess it's a weird time to be in, I guess. And it's a weird time because I'm wondering, is God, right? Because I feel like we're in the strange age because of the internet where we can start to see different parts of the body of Christ now, right? Whereas like what I've been bringing up for many streams now, imagine we were just chilling here doing a Bible study 500 years into history, right? There'd be like a donkey there. This would probably be a barn. We wouldn't have internet. We wouldn't even have a camera right here, right? I probably wouldn't even have like a bunch of different commentaries. I'd probably maybe just even have the Bible, and I'd probably just be like, what does this verse mean to me, and not knowing that there's some people across the mountains or hundreds and hundreds of miles away that are also believers doing something. But now what's weird, because of the internet, we have this almost like this little bird's eye view where we can go in and see what these different believers are kind of doing, or what different elders think of things, right? And it's so interesting, right? Because I'm wondering, is God going to somehow shape and mold the body of Christ? Because right now we're in this weird point where it's like there's denominations that are really, really butting heads, and they're like, oh, well, that's wrong, this is wrong. Yeah, and then they're like, oh, well, this is okay right here. And it's like, and then it's just so weird because now we're on the internet and we can see this kind of stuff. A big one is, for example, I will say, The Chosen. Someone brought that up to my attention, which I've only seen 4 episodes, right? But as I get a little bit deeper and deeper, I'm like, holy moly, bro. That's the reason why somebody brought that to my attention, because the thing is that not only is there all these different denominations, it's also funding and also how secular society works. How does a market-driven, consumer-based economy affect all of this? And that's basically a big one upon this whole thing, right? And I don't even know what to bring up. I'm just going to leave it as that. I just know technology is really... I feel like it's almost like, it almost just feels like a double-edged sword at the moment, right? It's a very interesting predicament that a lot of people are in. But I'd like to even think that maybe God is even going to somehow mold believers in some degree. Maybe he's going to use us in somehow, because if we think about the body of Christ, we all have different functions and stuff like this, right? But I think throughout it all, now I guess I call it the storm, right? Is I'd like to think that even within all of this stuff, that maybe God is continuing, well, hopefully, that's what many scriptures go into, that he's establishing our steps, that he's directing us, things of this nature. And I'm wondering, is he directing us with these little glimmers of like hidden treasures that we end up finding, right? I don't really know, right? But that's why we're going to look up a verse on this one, which, let's go back into Proverbs 2. Proverbs 2, and we're supposed to seek these things like hidden treasures. We're supposed to seek for insight and understanding and wisdom. Isn't that weird, right? And it's weird, right? Because it's strange to really think about that, because I know wisdom, I underline wisdom a lot. I try to underline wisdom a lot, which I think I actually underlined it with the wrong color, because I know I bring this verse up also a ton of, like, so many times where I feel like people are probably just even tired of me saying it. But it's actually this verse right here, right? The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and whoever captures souls is wise. Right? Isn't that a strange... And it's weird because we're supposed to we are called to ask God for wisdom, right? And it's also kind of odd because as I go... And I don't want to say every church is like this, because I know some churches are just thriving. They're just gaining more and more people, But then I've also been in a lot of churches that it seems like they're hurting, man. And I don't know what to say to them, because I feel like, I don't know, sometimes I just feel like some of the older people are actually angry at, I wouldn't say angry, but maybe they're disappointed at my generation and younger generations, because, I don't know, maybe it's because of the technology and stuff like that, right? But it's like, I would understand, imagine if you had to pay for electricity and all this stuff, and you're just struggling even paying for the church thing, or I don't know the logistics of how to run a church or anything like that in terms of a church building, which that brings in a whole different thing, because then some people are like, well, church is not just a building, it's actually the body of believers or something like that. I don't really know, right? It's like, But it is weird because then I think about this verse, for the churches that are struggling right now, right? It's like, what are some ways, maybe if you are in a church that is struggling, right, potentially, I don't want to say every church, because there are churches that are just straight up thriving right now, right? There's a lot of churches that are thriving, but there also are a lot of churches that are kind of struggling, right? Maybe I would like to even say maybe everybody in that little congregation or something should be asking God for wisdom, right? Because if we're called to become fishers of men for the Lord, and one part of being wise is to capture souls. Maybe there's something about that. Capturing souls. What entails, like, what even captures the attention of people? What captures the attention of an audience and stuff like. I don't really know, right? In some degree, but now the other kind of confusing aspect that I'm starting to notice now, there is somebody on YouTube that is a believer, and he did bring up something along the lines of like how YouTube and also kind of like the YouTube sphere, but also if you're a pastor or an elder or something like this, because many times, imagine if you were kind of struggling in a church and you couldn't even make a living or anything like that. But now what's weird on many parts of the YouTube sphere is now there are pastors and, people proclaiming the gospel and stuff like that, able to make livings or even just a little bit of income at all, right? Doing that kind of stuff, right? But the thing is that what this guy was bringing up is that because of the algorithm of YouTube, now we're in this sphere of provoking and would provocation be the word? I think it's provoking, right? And it's just even with the thumbnail, right? The thumbnail, like sometimes, and what he was bringing up is that it's like the whole thing of like bashing another like person that, they're like, don't follow that guy, he's like a false prophet and all this stuff, and then everybody just starts making all these videos of. And that's actually probably a bad example like that, right? But the thing is that there's these spheres that start happening, right? Of just almost like provoking people, and even on that sense too, of just even that's sometimes what even false prophets kind of do too. They're like, they provoke people to fear, like, oh, well, you guys I got a message from the Lord, and all this stuff's gonna happen, and then everybody's like, holy moly, let's listen to this guy, right? And the thing is, what I've been noticing is it's very, very interesting, because I'm like, holy moly, man, this is so weird that we get to see all of this kind of start emerging, right? In this, and I just think, man, imagine 100, even 200 years ago, bro, it would have been like, oh, well, I got a letter the other day, and it said something on the other side of the country. These believers over there are going through. Even imagine just some of the stories in the scriptures, man. Some of these stories were actually letters to other churches and stuff like that, right? But now, instead of just letters, it's just instantaneous now, and it's just like, holy moly, bro! It's such a strange dichotomy that we're in at the moment. I find it very fascinating, and I almost think it's happening so fast that it's like. This is why there aren't a lot of sermons on this kind of stuff, because it's kind of rapidly developed, right? I wouldn't even say maybe it's rapidly developed, but it's just started emerging at a kind of a strange rate now. But now I know there are some pretty gnarly believers starting to see this stuff. They're starting to see trends and stuff like this. And it's odd, right? And it's very interesting to me. But throughout all the mix of this stuff, I'd like to think that hopefully we can ask God for wisdom and hopefully have the understanding too. I also want to relay, I think that's a big one that I've been trying to remember, right? Because here's another thing that I've also been encountering is I've been encountering a lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, but some people that felt unfortunately condemned by Christianity and left the faith altogether. And then when they meet me, I almost feel like, oh man, well, they almost have like a chip on their shoulder when they meet me when I wasn't even there, doing that to them or something like that, or like saying stuff like that. And I want to apologize. I don't know how I don't know how to operate in that thing of, feeling somebody that left the faith because they felt condemned or something like that. And I'm just like, man, I'm so sorry that happened to you, because I feel like, man, we are not called to rip seeds of faith out. We're called to water and plant seeds of faith. And I'm just like, man, I don't even know how to, how are you to heal these bridges that have been broken by actually from what people say, from other believers and stuff like that. That's a whole nother thing in the cog of stuff. And as I kind of started thinking more on it, it's like, man, it's like having the understanding, having the empathy. Even if it was your enemy or you're somebody that you didn't like, can you have the understanding and empathy and bear the fruits of the Spirit? So even if they were to antagonize you and provoke you into wanting to have a negative emotion, you can kind of chill out and be like, all right, well, hopefully we can still spread positivity and love and uplifting. And there was this one verse, I don't even remember what, we literally did a Bible verse on it. It said something like, our word should be like uplifting everybody. Like that's, it should be, and I don't know anyway. But let's get into reading a commentary. Let's actually look up some verses on hidden treasures, because for some reason I just kind of just feel like I just kind of just start rambling, and I don't even know if I make sense, or I feel like it makes sense to me, but I know other believers are going through this. It's just sometimes I feel like why it's not really mentioned. Some of these things maybe don't get mentioned in some sermons is because it's like, I feel like sometimes like a sermon has to have like a topic, and sometimes I'm just like thinking about all this stuff where it's just like, how could you make even a sermon on like just some of these topics that I don't know, they just revolve on like what technology does to what is technology doing to Christianity and stuff like this. I really don't know, right? But let's look up hidden treasures Bible verses, and let's read some verses, and then we're going to read a commentary. All right, right here. What is this? Well, let's read some of these verses. That's a long verse. I think this is the one I was thinking about earlier. The one I didn't really remember where it was. Isaiah 45, 1 through 17. Thus says the Lord to his anointed, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have grasped, to subdue nations before him, and to loose the belts of kings, to open doors before him, that gates may not be closed. I will go before you and level the exalted places. I will break in pieces the doors of bronze and cut through the bars. Oops, something popped up on my screen. Let me exit out of that. I'm reading this off of the screen right in front of me, so I gotta I will break in pieces the doors of bronze and cut through the bars of iron. I will give you treasures of darkness and the hoards in secret places, that you may know that it is I, the Lord, the God of Israel, who call you by your name. For the sake of my servant Jacob and Israel, my chosen, I call you by your name. I name you, though you do not know me. I am the Lord, and there is no other besides me. There is no God. I equip you, though you do not know me. So I know this is not, and we also have to be careful with some of these Old Testament verses, because I remember doing a Bible study on literally like this verse up in here, and they said it was like for somebody else, right? The thing is, I'm just kind of wondering, does God still sometimes because the hidden treasures thing, right? It's mentioned in the Old Testament, right? Even the proverb but also it's kind of weird that Jesus kind of, brings up a parable about like a hidden treasure, right? It's like when some, and this is actually another thing, I think there's another streamer on here that brought up something about when we think about the Old and New Covenants, right? A big one to kind of make it a little bit easier on the mind, right? Is like, what are things that are mentioned in the Old Covenant and the Old Testament, but also what are things that are mentioned also that are still mentioned in both of these, right? It's like, and I feel like this one would be kind of somewhat similar, right? Because it's mentioned not only in the Old Testament, but also Jesus kind of has a parable on it, right? So it kind of makes me think, well, maybe is that somehow still, is the Lord still doing that? I really don't know, right? Because I honestly think he does. Because I have met, many believers that are like, oh yeah, and I'm wondering like the hidden treasure, right? Because I feel like that could be very, 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 very subjective. Imagine if you were to be like, oh, well, I think this is a hidden treasure that God is showing me, right? or maybe not showing you, but maybe revealing, or maybe, you know. And if you were to show that hidden treasure to another believer, right, that you don't even know about, it'd be very interesting to think, well, do they think the same thing, right? And I'm wondering, and it's so weird to think, is God, it does make me wonder, how subjective does God guide his believers, right? Because then we just think about different denominations and stuff, and then it does kind of make me wonder, does the Holy Spirit guide believers into different denominations? I don't know, right? It's so odd. I'm not sure, right? And it's, but I'd like to think that God is guiding us maybe through even the use of maybe some hidden treasures and stuff like that. Or maybe even like subtle things, right? Very, very subtle things. Like I know I bring it up a lot, but maybe even like you're playing a video game and, whoa, you see a cross or something, or you see like a Bible verse, a little Bible verse, or you see something that is somewhat even makes you think of a scripture. Would God maybe use that somehow? I don't really know, right? But I think he would maybe. Let's keep going. Let's read some more things on the hidden treasures. We're still on the hidden treasures one, by the way. Hidden treasures, Psalms 119:18. Open my eyes that I may behold wondrous things out of your law. Psalms 100. These ones not remind me of hidden treasures. Light dawns in the darkness for the upright. He is gracious, merciful, and righteous. See, it's kind of, you have to be careful too about some of these verses that they bring up, because I just feel like some of these verses that they're bringing up, they don't kind of really remind me of hidden treasure. Like this one does remind me, right? Matthew 13:44. The kingdom of heaven is like treasure hidden in a field which a man found and covered up. Then in his joy he goes and sells all that he has and buys that field. It's so weird that it's so weird that I actually forgot that the Lord Jesus Christ likens the kingdom of heaven, which aren't we called to seek first the kingdom of heaven? Like seek first the kingdom of God. So, man, it's so weird to think about that. So it's like, man, it makes me wonder, right? And it's weird because I've asked a lot of believers, you know, like on Reddit, on Christianity, True Christianity, all Too Christian, and all these different subreddits and Christian forums and stuff. What does it mean to seek first the kingdom of God, right? Now, I don't know. If you guys have a different thing on what you guys think this means, it'd be really cool to hear. But I asked a lot of believers, and it was so weird because I asked something like, is seeking first the kingdom of God just something we do like once a week? Is it just something we do once a month? Is it just something? I asked a question like that, right? And it was weird because I did have different responses, but collectively, if we were to take like most of the believers kind of said this, right? Well, a lot of the believers said that we are to seek first the kingdom of God every single day. And some believers even said in every moment. It's just so crazy, right? To think, how could we even seek first the kingdom of God in every moment, right? And it's strange because I'm wondering, man, could we even find even some hidden treasures, right? Some hidden treasures that God might even have, even in the mundane, right? Which is very odd to think about, right? But yeah, this is actually this verse right here, the one that I was thinking of. Well, you actually just read it, right? But we'll read it again. Isaiah 45:3. I will give you treasures of darkness and hoards in secret places, that you may know that it is I, the Lord, the God of Israel, who call you by your name, right? See, I don't know if some of these things that I have found are hidden, right? Because I do know some of the stuff that I brought up, even like I'll show you, like, you know, like this guy right here. We did it. Now, this is for an example, right? I wouldn't say it's like completely hidden because it's actually open in the public. Anybody can find it, right? But if we just go into, like this guy right here, Trevor Meyer BMX interview. The one that we literally listened to a little bit of interview, right? This guy right here. See, this one barely has any views up in here. See this? Trevor Meyer BMX interview. Look at this. From Rock BMX Ministry. This was 3 years ago. It only has 372 views. Now, for me personally, that seems kind of hidden. Because, like, it's really not. I don't know. It's hidden to me. Because, I mean, there's people that get millions and millions of views, right? So, compared to that, I would like to think that's a little bit hidden. But what's also just strange about this guy is this guy like won like 5 X Games or something like that, which is insane. Or like four or 5 X Games. This guy won, this Flatlander, and he's like a believer, and he starts talking about God and stuff like that. Now, I thought that was weird, because I actually never even knew that this guy was a believer until this one right here, until this little, this thing. And then I'm like, what in the world? That's so crazy that dude's a believer or something like that, right? I don't know, I kind of thought it was like a hidden treasure, or even just like finding some little hidden things, right? Like this one, this Flatlander. There's like another interview, strangely enough, there's actually 2 of these ones that he actually says. It's this one, right? Now this one I actually think does have a lot of views. This one has 2.9, but see this one? The Dave Smith interview? That's actually it's actually kind of funny, because this is actually the moment that, which is actually weird that I think about it now. This is actually the moment where Dave Smith like gives thanks to God, right? Now it's weird. I guess I'll show you guys, just so it doesn't seem like I'm making something. I've already showed people this, but it's actually just weird to me, because out of every single, like, imagine every single BMX video that you've ever seen, right? Every single one. What are the ones that someone has given thanks to God? I'm gonna be honest, I could probably name it on one hand, right? It's like, this is one of them, right? Which is so crazy. There are thousands and thousands and thousands of things that didn't give thanks to God whatsoever, right? So when I find something that they gave thanks to God, it's like a gem to me. Even if it doesn't have a lot of views, I'm like, holy moly, bro. Out of the sea of all of this stuff, you found something that they gave God a little, even just a little nudge of glory, even just a little bit, right? And it catches my attention now, because, so many parts of secular society, it's like they don't even want to give God glory even in the slightest, right? It's like too controversial or something like that, right? But when I do find something, now I really notice it. I'm like, now, does God guide people that way? I don't know. Maybe I just seem crazy, but I kind of feel like it's like fun. It's like it actually puts into Matthew 6:33 about seeking first the kingdom of God into me in a physical aspect of how can we do that physically in reality, right? Because many times I've been noticing is many times we can have all these words and say all these words and be like, oh, okay, we'll do this, and then you're like, well, it was just words, right? And I like to think, okay, well, how can I apply God's word? Because that's honestly what's hard now, is trying to actually apply God's word, because a lot of things I just end up forgetting, unfortunately. But yeah, let's watch it. Let's see if he says it. Does he say it?
So to give props to the sponsors now? Yeah, first of all, I'd like to thank God, because if it weren't for him, I wouldn't be here right now to this day, and that's from my heart. Second of all,
see? And it's just weird. It's so weird because, like, man, I was like, I don't know. It's odd that there's not many edits that I even remember him even saying stuff like that. He also has another one that he says he gives thanks to God. He actually has 2 edits that give thanks to God, which is actually crazy. It's actually this one. But, yeah, it's actually pretty crazy. What's also gnarly about this guy, Dave Smith, is he has one of the most highest... now, I guess that's kind of the weird part, right? Because he definitely does have a big... this video right here has a lot of views, right? And this is actually one of the videos that got me into Flatland, right? Because I was actually riding in some of the same spots that he got in Flatland, and I met a lot of the riders that he actually used to ride with and stuff like that when I was living out in Long Beach. And that's actually, I actually thought it was, I don't want to even say it was like a sign or something like that, but at the time when I was at Long Beach, I started like working for these churches or helping out these churches and stuff like that. I guess somewhat kind of working for some of these churches. And the thing is like, I was like, doing that kind of stuff, and I was like, I never met any Flatlanders in my entire life. Well, I guess maybe I met like one Flatlander, but, never talked to him. And then like I met like the scene, right, of like the Long Beach Flatland scene, which then when I got into Long Beach Flatland scene, they kind of introduced me to this writer right here. And I was like, what in the world? And then it was weird because I was like, whoa, that's weird when I looked that stuff up, because then I found these things up in here and I was like, man, that is so, is that just a strange, ironic coincidence that all of this stuff just like, I'll even show it, right? Like this one right here, right? dude, I used to ride in front of this place, and I'm like, what in the world, bro? And there's even a church. The church that I was going to, it was literally like right down the street from this place right here. And I thought it was really trippy because I was like, man, that is such a strange coincidence. And it had a big impact on me. Like, it had like a strange, like, it was such a weird coincidence that I was like, holy moly, I want to learn Flatland now. It sounds crazy, man, because like, it like totally like, I never was interested in Flatland and what's really that. Well, I guess maybe I was a little bit, but not really like, But then it was weird because this was like a big seed that like watered. Like, I would even say the weird coincidence that started happening. It was like it like watered this inspiration in me to even want to learn Flatland. And strangely enough, here we are now. We're still trying to learn Flatland. Which I will say, I guess the cool thing about Flatland is just the whole longevity of it, man. You could be doing this for, dude, it's like, imagine playing an RPG game, but you can be playing this game for years and years and years and years and years, bro. And just like, it's crazy, right? And I know I bring this one up a lot as in terms of, I don't know if it's a hidden treasure or whatnot, but even just these cards right here. Whereas how I brought up the BMX videos, and just a couple of them, maybe even like 5 of them I've ever even seen, have given God thanks or have given God glory or something like that. The same thing happened right here. And I was like, what in the world? Like, I didn't even like know that, right? Because what was weird about this game right here, I guess some people might think it's kind of controversial, right? But it's actually weird because my Christian friend down the street, he was actually the one that got me into this game. And it was weird because then I just started, I found these cards with like Bible verses on them, right? And this one says, and the unclean spirits went out and they entered the swine and the herd ran violently. Mark 5:13. You literally look that up right now. And I was like, what in the world? And I was like, man, that's so weird, right? Because it kind of reminds me of like the BMX thing, kind of, right? In the sea of thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands of these cards that have been made, there were a couple, like actually like 5 of them, where they put Bible verses on them. And when I find them, I'm like, man, it literally feels, I know I sound crazy, but it literally feels like to me, like I found like a hidden treasure. I was like, holy moly, bro. Out of all of the cards, bro, I found the cards with the Bible verse. I was like, it just literally, I probably sound like a crazy person, but it literally feels like a hidden treasure. It literally feels like something that is hidden, man. It's like these things are like not very obvious, right? And I don't know, it tripped me out to the point where I started being like, man, where can I find Bible verses in some video games, or some video games that have crosses in them, or just anything that even if even somebody says like, oh, thank you, God, or glory be to God, or something like that, my ears are very attentive to that now. Especially, I do find it kind of encouraging to see a lot of the athletes, right, that get onto the stage, right? They give them the mic. What are you going to say? And a lot of them say, first and foremost, I want to give thanks to my Lord and Savior, the Lord Jesus Christ. Bro, I love when I hear that, because I'm just like, bro, that is so awesome. Like, in the midst of, potentially big parts of secular society, it's like this little moment of they are in the light, and they're just like giving thanks. The first and foremost thing, they give thanks to God, right? And I'm a lot more keen on being aware of when that stuff starts happening, and I'm pretty sure many other believers are as well. They're a little bit more, wow, that's so weird, especially in the midst of unbelief, right? When you see this in the midst of unbelief, man, it's like, dude, it's like they're like a little gem in just the darkness. Because sometimes it feels like that, man. Sometimes it feels like, I don't know if God just does it for a reason, but sometimes it feels like it can get kind of like lonely feeling. Like it kind of feels like you are just surrounded by unbelief. You're just like, am I going crazy? Am I just like, it's like, but then you meet those believers that have done that very thing, and that gives me encouragement. I'm just like, okay, let's keep going. Like, dude, that just like even if I feel crazy, even if I feel like everything around you is just darkness and unbelief, you got to remember that there are some believers that felt that exact same way. And I would even like to say that even the Lord Jesus Christ, he was the first one that felt that way. He's like, I mean, maybe even if we go even to the Old Testament, it seems like a lot of the prophets even kind of went like, maybe felt something like that as well. Babin Dulce. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, it is kind of weird, huh? Though sometimes I just feel like I'm going crazy because I'm just like, man, but I just wonder, man, I'm just like, man, it does encourage me. And I think it would be really cool to ask believers being like, what are some things, even unorthodox, even if it was very controversial, maybe even some things that even you might not even want to say to your pastors or something like that. What are some things that watered your seed of faith to even get you interested even opening this book right here? Right? Because I know there's been some believers that have been, it's actually, this is a very, very controversial one, right? I grew up with a lot of metalheads, right? Like a bunch of metalheads. I mean, I used to do artwork for my friends, like hardcore bands and stuff like that, right? But it was kind of weird because my friend was like a Christian. He was like super Christian. He was like really into like Christian metal and Christian like hardcore music. But then it was weird because as I kind of like got in that little scene or whatever, right, you meet a lot of people that are into like witchcraft and like Satanism. And like, I'm not talking about like they're just talking about this stuff. I'm talking about they're like carving freaking pentagrams into them. They're like bleeding it out. They're like doing like blood, rituals and weird stuff, like crazy things, And the thing is like, it's so weird because like I would see them like 10 years later or something like that. And then they'd be like believers. And I'm like, what in the world? Like, that's so weird, right? And it kind of reminds me when I think about stuff like that, when people were in very, very, potentially very dark things, and then they end up becoming believers later on. You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of Paul. It reminds me of Paul and how Paul used to once persecute Christians, but then ended up becoming a Christian himself, even to the point of becoming one of the most renowned evangelists, right? To ever, it's crazy to think about that. And it is weird for me to think about that too, because now I have to really, even if you were to meet an enemy, or you were to meet someone that you didn't like, or someone that's even bashing on Christianity or something like that, you never know, man. What if that person became a believer like 10 years from now? That would be really weird, right? And that goes into a whole nother aspect of, I think, why, now this is my own hypothesis, but it does kind of make sense to me in a very large degree, of why we should be loving our enemies, why we should be treating our neighbors as ourselves. Because you never know. That enemy that you are loving upon might end up becoming a believer later on. Maybe he's not a believer now. Maybe they're even trying to hurt you or something like that. But maybe that person might end up becoming, you never really know what's going to happen. You never know if that little seed will start growing later on. Which that goes into a whole thing of actually, I think, why, me personally, this is my own opinion, of why Christianity has survived for thousands and thousands of years, is because of this very nature of it to grow out, right? To just make disciples of all nations, and just to even, and it just like springs up. And what's weird about Christianity is because there's like the weird thing about words, right, is that words are something that we can do. We can almost like multitask with words, right? We can like, look at this. I can drink this. Well, I guess I can't. Well, yeah, in some, like, check it out. We can take a drink, but also we can think in our mind of just words, right? I can ride my bike and think about some verses. I can play a video game and think about some verses. I can do the dishes right now. We could do the dishes. We could literally put a sermon on and listen to it while we're doing other things. And this is the weird thing, is because I think this readily accessible nature of the word, right? The word, it kind of co-interjects into many different things, right? And even to the point of different nations, different cultures, different backgrounds, different languages. it is insane, right? Even just thinking about all the believers that you met, you know, I feel like most believers that we meet, that we're all in different little areas. We're all in different little sectors, man. Like I've met believers that were skateboarders, rock climbers, you know, athletes, like BMX riders. I've met homeless believers. I met believers that were doctors. And it's so crazy because I think this is another nature about Christianity, is it just starts like, it's we're able to give God, if we, you know, because there's that verse that says, what's that verse? It says, whether we eat or drink, I need to remember where this verse is at. Whether we eat or drink, whatever we do all to the glory of God, right? This one right here. This verse is a very interesting one. 1 Corinthians 10, 31 through 33. So whether you eat or drink or whatever you do all for the glory of God, right? Let's actually see what I want to see what the KJV version says. A little love can go a long way. Yeah, it can, huh? That's the other one I have to remember also, because sometimes I actually forget. I'm going to be real, you know? And I think we also have to have the same grace for other believers, right? I've really had to learn that now, because I know, because many times I've been noticing in the Christian sphere is that some believers almost seems like they start ganging up on people. They're like, oh, that guy's wrong. He needs to just he's totally doing, don't listen to that guy. He's a false, you know, just like all. But the thing is, what if that guy didn't even know he got stuff wrong? What if he didn't even memorize certain verses, right? And I feel like if I were to have that same thing, before I kind of knock a person down, I would be like, okay, well, maybe this person doesn't understand that he's getting all this stuff wrong. Right? And can we have the grace and the mercy to maybe teach that individual, or not even teach, but to even show that individual, okay, this is where you got this stuff wrong. But also not only that, but how can you show that person how to change, right? Because I feel like that's what I've gotten, me personally, is some people will say, oh, I'm doing something wrong, I'm promoting something wrong, but then they say these words to me, but they don't show me how to do it, right? Now, I feel like when I see believers that show people how to do things instead of just words, right, many times, I'm more inclined to be like, oh, wow, thanks, dude. You actually took the time to show me how to do this, because sometimes it gets confusing, right? There's a lot of logistics to all this stuff. Yeah, I never really know. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I'm going to see, what does the KJV version say of 1 Corinthians 10:31? 1 Corinthians 10:31. Man, I haven't even read a commentary today. Whether therefore ye eat or drink or whatsoever ye do all to the glory of God. Man, maybe I shouldn't even read a commentary today. It's already been an hour? What in the world? I haven't even read a commentary. Dude, today's actually one of those really, really, really rare days where I haven't even read a commentary. This has just been me just like, I probably just sound like a crazy person, but it's like, I just feel like it's just like all of these combos in my mind, like all of these combos, and not only combos, but observations, but not only observations, it's also other believers that I met, sermons that I've listened to, other things that I've been observing, things that other believers have been bringing up, and it's just like a amalgamish of just these thoughts. It's like this puzzle. It's like this puzzle that's just always just not, it's not just this one puzzle fits all. It's like this living puzzle. And this living puzzle is like growing out into roots, and it's just like, whoo, 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 whoo. That's what it feels like. But anyway, I guess we'll leave it at that. Maybe I will read a commentary tomorrow, because I'm trying to do, I thought it was only like 20 minutes. It's already been 53 minutes. That's actually crazy to me. Anyway, I guess we'll just leave it at that. Maybe should I read a commentary? I feel like maybe I should, but oh well. I guess maybe we'll read a commentary tomorrow. Anyway, well, we're gonna do a card draw. I'm trying to do these things in an hour. That's the thing. That's kind of been like the goal. I actually have been trying to do them in 30 minutes, but I noticed, man, it's like every time I do one of these Bible studies, it's like it's actually really, really hard for me not to do it in just less than 30 minutes. It's actually challenging because I wonder if anybody else has that problem, because I'm like, holy moly, man, things can take a while, man. But it's fun. I honestly find it kind of fun. It's like, because it's also kind of like a test on your mind too. It's almost like a test of your remembrance, but not only a test of your remembrance, but it's also like it kind of. And I kind of like going into these Bible studies kind of like cold, because it almost kind of feels like an improvisation. Like it's like improvisation, but also memorization, but also like you kind of conflicted about, maybe confused on certain things, so now you're trying to kind of figure out, okay, what are some things we can learn from all of this stuff? Which I think most people probably just think I'm crazy, but like it's kind of fun, man. It's like, and it's also weird because I've been noticing it's different for me to just do it like this instead of me just writing everything out. Because I feel like, now this is me personally, I feel like if I'm writing everything out, sometimes I look back at what I wrote and I go, wait a minute. And then I start kind of thinking about that last thought. Whereas if you kind of do it like this, where you just can't edit anything out, you kind of just are just like, just left at just, you just got to go with it, you know? And it's kind of fun. It kind of makes it a little bit more entertaining for me personally. Because I feel like I get burnt out of, imagine if you were to write something out, the whole thing, right, and then you have to re-say that thing again, right? I feel like, which I think, I'm not saying that is boring or something, but I just feel like, when I'm not saying that's wrong to do, all I'm saying is it might tax certain people out. It might make it a little bit more boring, you know, to certain people. Maybe my generation, because I guess my generation is just fed on instant what is it? Instant gratification or something like that. So, I don't know. But also, it does remind me, there is actually, I did see this Reddit post a while back. If you guys remember who it is, I should have saved it, but I didn't. But there was this physicist. Now, I guess this is kind of controversial, but he did work for, like, making one of these crazy nukes or something, like atom bomb or something like that, right? But he was, like, this physicist, right? And the thing, there's, like, this, like, thing where they were talking about, like, this guy, instead of writing things down, he just had a recorder, right? And he just had, like, a little tape recorder that he would just carry around with him or something. And instead of writing everything down, he would just press that button and just, you know, just say a bunch of stuff. And then you know what he did, actually? He would have other people write stuff after that, which is hilarious, because I'm just like, man, how crazy would that be? You didn't even write anything down. You're just talking, and then you have other people, like, transcribing what you're talking about. Was that, and I think he said something about it saved him time or something like that, which I think it does kind of save time, because honestly, if I were to write down every single word that I just said right now, bro, it'd probably be 3 hours, maybe 2 hours or something, maybe more than that, of me just like getting lost in the sauce, man. But I don't know if I'm even doing anything right, so please take everything I say with a grain of salt. I'm just here practicing, trying to have fun, you know, trying to, I guess, delight in the Lord, the Word of God. Is this delighting in it? I don't know, right? But there is a sort of freedom when just speaking versus writing. Bambina de duelis. Yeah, there is kind of one, huh? And it's weird because I never really realized that until I actually started streaming. Because, yeah, man, that's actually really weird to think about. I never realized that. And I think that's the weird thing about the whole streaming thing, right? Because I probably seem crazy, right? But when I'm not streaming right here and I read things, I don't read them aloud. I'm going to be flat out honest. I read them in my mind, right? But just reading aloud, man, there's just something interesting about it that happens. If you guys are out there, you do Bible study. And just practicing reading aloud has something in it. Man, I broke another one of these sleeves. Man, these sleeves broke. These are dragon shields too. I have to get some new. I guess maybe they are. Maybe they are dragon shields. I broke another one. Okay, let's see what we draw. What artwork are we gonna see today? First card. Oh wait, did I cut it? I didn't cut it. Oh, let's redo it. Did I cut it? I can't remember. I guess I don't have to cut it, but. Which also, I think what also helps me, it sounds weird, even these cards, it kind of like helps me with the improvisation thing. It's kind of like a game. Right, like these cards that I draw, is there one single Bible verse that I can think about this draw that I'm going to do? That's kind of what I like to think about. First card of the day, and yeah. Sigiled Paladin. The very class that I met a lot of believers in. And you know, does this remind anybody of a single verse? And I think, you know, Lion of the tribe of Judah. Reminds me of the very first verse I remember memorizing. The wicked flee though no one pursue, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. That's Proverbs 28:1. Proverbs 28:1. The wicked flee when no man pursueth, but the righteous are as bold as a lion. That's gnarly. Dude, that thing is insane looking, bro. It almost seems like there's a cross on that castle. I know I seem crazy, but like... Dude, that looks like it's a cross on that castle. Is that a cross? I feel like that's like a little hidden... Dude... I wonder if they did that for a reason. That straight up looks like a cross on that castle right there. But I don't know, maybe I'm just tripping out, but... Number 2. Ooh, sweet. Wall of Faith. Dude, look at that thing. This is one of the new cards that I ordered. That thing looks crazy, bro. Man. Yeah, it's also kind of crazy because it kind of reminds me of like the Shield of Faith. Man, that thing looks insane. Dude, that just these 2 cards alone right there. That looks gnarly, dude. Number 3. Ooh, interesting. Look at this. Wall of Reverence. I used to carry this card around because I thought it was peculiar because this guy's like, you know, it looks like he's like just making the sign of the cross, right? What's actually very, very strange about this card is that it's painted by Wayne Reynolds. Now, what's odd about this, now it's actually interesting. If you were to ask most people that play this game who Wayne Reynolds is, basically if you're a real one, you know, basically every single person that's played this game knows who this artist is because he's done so many MTG cards, right? Well, funny enough, this guy Wayne Reynolds has actually done a bunch of these sketches, and he did them for like saints and stuff like that, and it's very very cool that he's a believer. Drew that one, painted that one. 2, 3, 4. Oh wow. Plains. This one reminds me of Matthew 5:14 through 16. You are a city set on a hill that cannot be hidden. Which, that is crazy, bro. It's so crazy thinking about that, man. It's so weird to think that that's what Jesus said in the Sermon on the Mount, right? You are a city set on a hill that cannot be hidden. I feel like, dude, that would change so much of society. Imagine if nobody could be hidden. Imagine if every single believer, 24/7, you saw everything that they were doing. Every single believer. What if nobody could be hidden? Bro, that would change. Bro, you know how much that would change? That would change so much stuff, because then it would just... But then what's weird is some pastors have said, you know, well, God already sees... If you earnestly think that God knows everything that you're doing, he already knows what you're doing. So it's like, you might as well just shine your light for the glory of God. You know, it's hilarious. Yeah, I don't know. Take that with a grain of salt, though, right? That's an interesting one. Wow, Guardian of Faith. I mean, that would be such a trippy one. Not being kind of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ooh, Cradle of that. Dude, that's so funny. You know how I was saying my Christian friend got me into this game? He actually gave me this card on my birthday. Shut up, bro. I got this card for my birthday. Cradle of Vitality. 1, 2, 3, 4. 7. Ooh, what else? We're going to do our last draw on our Instagram. Alright, so... By the way, if you guys are doing an Instagram story and you're connected to the Wi-Fi, I'd probably hit that 3 button right here. I'm going to disconnect from the Wi-Fi on my phone because for some reason I can't upload an Instagram story and stream at the same time for some reason. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to make a little story like this. We're going to go just like this. We're going to go something like that. Greetings there, travelers. Welcome to the card draw of the day, where we get to observe some artwork and help to support these artists, which I have been told that this company is going to try not to use robots to make the artwork. So anyway, let's get to the draw. We got Sealed Paladin, which reminds me of Proverbs 28:1, Wall of Faith, Wall of Reverence. Oh, I forgot we got 2 walls. Plains, Guardian of Faith, Cradle of Vitality, Wood Elves, Peaceful Wood Elves. And for the last card of the day, what will it be? Angelic Armaments. Which, can anybody tell me, why do paladins and clerics use the mace item? I don't know, right? It's a weird one. But anyway, this card is cool right here. Look at this thing. Imagine running a line like that. This is actually a newer card that we got. Wall of Faith. Anyway, hope you guys have a good one. Try your best and have fun. Now see, okay, so we just did this little story, right? But what's crazy is because of this draw that we just did, I'm able to put a Bible verse just like boom, you know, just like super fast, dude. You know, it's like, because I feel like, and it kind of makes it like doing a story like this, it kind of like makes it so it's fast for me to share a verse. Because like, it's like, imagine if I'm just like, oh, well, Proverbs 28:1, right? It's a little harder. I mean, I guess maybe if you were like a seasoned pastor or something that knew how to do something very fast, but like, it's hard for me to like share a verse if I don't know, I don't even know what I'm talking about anymore. If I don't know how to I mean, it's easy. I mean, you could just share the verse itself, but I feel like, you know, especially if a lot of unbelievers you're surrounded by a lot of unbelief, they kind of just go, those are just words or something like that, right? I don't know, but so we did that. We can also do something else with this. We can also add our Twitch link in here, which we can do. Which, if you guys are out there, that's something that you guys can do. So we're actually going to take this link right here, and we're going to copy and paste this very stream, just like this. Copy, and we're going to go back to our Instagram story. And we're gonna put if you guys aren't aware how to put a link on your Instagram story, you can press this little sticker button right here. Press that. Boop. And so it opens up into this thing right here. Where's link? Oh yeah, here it is. And you press that one right there. It's kind of lost in the sauce, huh? But you press this link one right here. Boop. And then we're gonna paste our Twitch link right up in there, like that. Done. And that is a way you can add a link to your thing. Just like so. And maybe that might put a little fishing rod for the Lord, or maybe to win at least one soul, or maybe you can plant a little seed. For some reason, these things take a while to upload for some reason. I do not know why. Now we're going to drink some coffee, and we're going to ride our bike. No, I was thinking I do have all these things up right now, right? Well, not right now, but if I put them up. See, I have like this thing, like we have the text thing right here. See how it says, try your best and have fun, and then this thing at the bottom. And we also have like a BMX video we can put in the image slideshow, like right here. Now the thing is, I'm like wondering, like, the reason why I haven't been putting this up while we do the Bible study is because I feel like it kind of like, I feel like I kind of just want like just the Bible study, right? Because I could just put a BMX video like right up in that little corner, but I guess we'll just do that after the Bible study. But I've been kind of thinking about that today. I'm like, should I just open this up? Because I do feel like if someone was just to peer into the stream, they'd be like, oh, this stream's kind of boring. But I don't know, maybe I should put them on then. Because then I guess if people do hop in the stream and they just think it's like really boring, then maybe that would maybe entice them to be like, oh, well, I don't want to listen to the Bible study, but I guess we can watch a BMX video or something. I mean, would that be a better way to capture a soul? Because I'm really thinking about that. Proverbs 11:30. Let's put that verse up. Proverbs 11:30. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and he that winneth souls is wise. That is a gnarly one. Are we winning souls to Christ, or are we pushing them away farther? Wow, that's something subjective to every person individually, honestly. That's something you gotta ask the Lord yourself, because that goes into who you're surrounded by, and it's probably way harder for certain people, right? Imagine if you're the only believer and 1,000 people around you were unbelievers, and you couldn't win a single person over to Christ. Would that mean we weren't wise or something like that? That's gnarly. That kind of trips me up thinking about it, right? I'll put the BMX video up. Let's see here. We're going to put a BMX video up, everybody. Oops, I go all the way over there. Wait up. I need to take this off real quick. Let's find a BMX video. Let's see here. Oh wow, Victor put up a new video. Oh, he's doing vlogging Flatland. I like that. Interesting. Playlist. Flat stream. Let's exit out of these. Let's exit out of this. Let's turn this to 360 PSI or 360p. And if you guys are out there, if you guys ride not even Flatland, if you guys ride BMX whatsoever, bro, you guys should make more vlogs, bro. The skating scene right now, like the skateboarders right now, are freaking dominating the vlog thing right now, dude. They're like, it's because of Dan Corrigan, man. Dan Corrigan's like basically the head honcho of the freaking daily vlogging thing. So if you guys ride BMX, man, I feel like that's what BMX needs more. We need just like full on, like, I honestly wish I would have just filmed way earlier, man, because I kind of got into Flatland kind of knowing, you know, like I think I started streaming Flatland when I already knew how to hang 5, or I think, right, or a little bit. I actually don't even remember now. Yeah, I already knew how to hang 5. I wish I would have started streaming before I even learned any Flatland. I wish I would have just got the full, purest, rawest, just we're starting from zero. We're going to start from zero in Flatland to we're just going to just document, man. Because I feel like it kind of like does kind of, it did nip it a little bit because I did know how to hang. I did learn hang fives, and then I got kind of deeper into flatland. But if you're out there, if you don't know anything about BMX, dude, I feel like it'd be so cool to see like someone that was just starting anything, and then you just see the freaking hero's journey. The straight just hero's journey to like you learning all of these tricks. Like it'd be really, really cool. Even if nobody even watches it, I just think it would be cool, like just as a documentation purpose. Okay, there we go. There's the BMX video, the image slideshow. Which I don't know, should I have this up? I guess we won't. That. I guess let's make the BMX video a little bit bigger. There we go. Is this a little off? I think it might be a little off. I always find people sharing what they do for the first time really inspiring. It is inspiring. Same here. I find it inspiring as well. I mean, I feel like as well for me because who was it? I think it was I forgot who said this quote. There's a quote that said like anybody that was ever good at anything were once beginners, you know, which I think is really cool to think about, man. Even that person you look up to, even that person that you think has just been crazy, they started as well, right? Everybody had to like kind of, unless I guess you are some crazy savant person, right? But okay, maybe I should make I guess that will work. Now we're gonna get into BMX riding. I don't know if I'm gonna have the text there though. Let's get into bike riding now. Oh, stretch. Oh, I actually gotta fix the camera too, I forgot. I feel like the equivalent of Dan Corrigan right now in the BMX scene is Scotty Kramer, because I think he puts up every day. But I think the thing what kind of, I honestly kind of feel like that is kind of like intimidating a lot of people not wanting to do, because I know Scotty Kramer, he has like, they like go out to places and sometimes they do like the bike builds and stuff like that, which is awesome. Not saying that's wrong. I just say maybe if you were a beginner, I feel like that's what, I think that would be interesting to see in terms of like the BMX content. It's like, it'd be cool to see like a beginner trying to learn things and then kind of like them trying to vlog it, right? Because I think that there's a sense of relatability there, right? Because I feel like, unfortunately, where I'm at right now, it almost kind of feels like the tricks like that I'm doing right now, it's probably so like people don't even want to learn them whatsoever or something like that. So it's like so far removed from a lot of people's minds. Whereas like if you were kind of like just starting out, you're like, oh dude, we're going to learn how to bunny hop. We're going to learn how to 180. We're going to learn how to, you know, I feel like that would be more, maybe even more readily available to the general masses. Which, man, I wish I would have done that way long ago, but I'm only thinking about it now. I mean, I guess maybe we're like that on the flatland side, though. A lot of the tricks I'm still doing are kind of beginner tricks, I think. I guess, yeah. Some of them are. Where's my tablet at? And this Bible study went by really good, actually. Well, there's always more to learn from whatever point someone is at. Very true, right? Very, very true. Now, it's actually kind of weird because you know how I kind of like related that with like the BMX thing of seeing someone start, right? Now, how it would be very weird to see someone like in their faith journey, right? I mean, I guess that has been documented. I do know some people. I mean, some you got to take them with a very big grain of salt. There is this one dude. His name's. There's actually two people. There was Elliot Hulse and then Elijah Long. Their beginning videos, I remember, like they were like, "Oh well, I'm not really in Christianity." Elliot Hulse like went through a whole bunch of things, and then he kind of got into like Catholicism and stuff. But you gotta take them with a grain of salt. I'm not saying everything they say is right, but it was interesting that they kind of like documented that like journey. Which would be weird to see like a pastor's journey, right? How crazy would that be? We're gonna ride now. Let's check our PSI. I'm also going to turn up the air one more notch. Oh. That's a very unique perspective, I think. I know, that'd be weird, huh? Technology and Christianity is in a weird spot right now. All right, let's ride our bike, everybody. Let's ride the bicycle. Bike is very, very fun. Which I've been wanting to change the seat, by the way. See the seat? It's kind of like gnarly, but honestly, the most comfortable seat. Maybe I will try this seat out again. Let's practice our double flip. Actually, I need to change the category too. Change this to random. We're gonna go, let's see if anybody's in BMX streets. Oh, there's two people. I guess we'll be in BMX streets for a little bit. Well, I kind of forgot I was practicing the ride-in for this one. The double footed tricks are hard, man. I've been stuck on them. kidding me, bro. They make it look so easy, but it's hard. I forgot it's Thursday. Maybe we should do some trials writing today. Trials Thursday. How did I get into BMX? It was actually because of my dad. He gave me a BMX bike, and I just started riding it a lot. I guess it was just something that stuck, I guess. Fine. I'm at the point I feel like I'm never gonna get good at double-footed tricks. Man, this bike's weird. This bike is a strange bike. Maybe I should put this seat on. Nah. That hurts. What are you into? Do you stream? You want me to give you a follow? If anybody wants me to follow you, them, just give me, I will follow you back if you want. BMX racing. Female Olympic BMX racing. What's wrong with me? There we go. I guess I'll just practice. I need to just practice more double-footed tricks. That's basically all it is. Or if I just try this one too. Huh. I was actually feeling a little bit better. What are you into? Bambina. Bambina. That's a cool name. Reminds me of a deer. These tricks are gnarly right here. The Olympic jumps are huge. It doesn't look huge because it's like a little video, but if you go in person and see these jumps, they're massive. What other double-footed tricks can we practice? That's what I want to do. I want to just keep practicing like more double-footed stuff. What about hang 10 on here? Hang 10 no hanger. There's also hang 10 and seat grab. Now, I need to practice that one too. Thanks. I like drawing and making stories. Pretty much it. I like looking at what kinds of things other people do that are different from me. Interesting. I like to draw too. We also do a drawing stream at the end. So if you are interested, I do a drawing stream after I ride and stuff. Generally towards the evening. Man, A10 C grab's hard. Let's practice it. Maybe I should put on the other seat. You got hang 10 seat grab. You got this one too. That's pretty good. That's cool. I noticed your art is super cool. Thank you. Yeah, it's taken a long time. If you go on my Instagram, I think I have an art Instagram page right there. You can see all my experimentations. I basically have I don't have everything, but it's most of my art since I was like 13. If you go all the way to my very first Instagram, on my art Instagram, because that's something that I like to do. I like documenting things. I tried a whole bunch of different styles. I was into like realistic, I was into abstract, I was into anime, I was into a whole bunch of stuff, you know? Graffiti. I guess I could do one of those again. Let's see here. I forgot I would do this trick. The Joel no-hander. I forgot you could just like, I forgot you could like straight up scuff this thing. That's actually crazy. Oh yeah, I like a lot of different styles too. I'm still figuring it all out. I did hear from some artists when I used to be a part of this thing called conceptart.org before they deleted the website. There used to be this website called conceptart.org with a bunch of like concept artists for like the entertainment industry, like video games and movies and a whole bunch of stuff, comics. There were some artists I remember them saying like how you develop your style is like a style gets developed by everything you find interesting, right? Like anything that you find interesting, right? There's a reason why you find something interesting, right? Now, if you can study all of that stuff, right? Study all your artists, your favorite artists. Copy them. See how they do their line work and stuff like that, right? And just do it, just everything that you think is interesting, right? And you just do that over and over and over and over again, year after year after year, right? It just starts naturally becoming intuition. It becomes intuitive that your visual vocabulary starts becoming a little bit more ingrained, right? And we can only develop our visual vocabulary by analyzing, studying, you know, practicing, line work, painting, whatever you're into.
Oh man, I put my foot down. I was trying to do this new no-handed trick. I haven't learned one yet. Almost landed. That's some good advice. I'll try to do it. Yeah. It could be anything too, right? Like you think a certain plant looks cool, you know? Or I feel like that's the same way with anything, right? Music, that's how genres get created. Music, literature, anything really. Yeah. Sure it's hard. And the seat's all loose. What happened to that tool? What do you like to draw right now? Do you like to draw characters? I will say I've always been fond of drawing the characters. It's fun. Kind of reminds me of playing an RPG game. There we go. So close to landing it, I think. Forgot we were doing that one and also Funky Chicken no-hander. I really love drawing my own characters. They're all kinds of different things, but I think I might start taking more inspirations, like you said. I know the Funky Chicken no-handed is a weird one, huh? Yeah, it's kind of interesting also, like thinking about like how styles emerge too. You can even see it in like kind of an example as well. Is like thinking about before widespread technology that we can communicate with other people. Like thinking about like, for example, like Roman art style, right? In the year like, what, 1000 or something like that. And then imagine that style, but also like thinking about like Japan at that style, right? They were doing completely different things, right? They didn't even know that style over there was even there, right? And they kind of learn by mere association, influenced by mere association. I think I could go back into a funky chicken. Yeah, it is really, yeah, for sure. People that surround us actually do, even if we don't like to think about it, they do have a little bit of a influence upon how we do things. There's a relatability. I guess not a relatability, but sometimes that happens. I have not landed anything yet. We're going to change it because not many people are on BMX race. We're going to go to fitness and health. There's 76 years in here. Fudge, you gotta like creep at it. I might change out this bar end. It's like cutting me. Putting in a new bar end, everybody. I gotta shave this one down. The asphalt has made that very, very painful to grip. Where are those bar ends at? Over there. Putting on some new bar ends. Or just one. Do you stream? Or do you fall? Let's see. Where are you falling? How do you fall? Oh. There you go, traveler. Yeah, that's okay. You should start streaming. It's cool. A good way to practice. A lot of people do like co-work streams too. We're gonna practice some cliffhangers now. Let's see if I can do it like bars big. Wow, that actually felt better. It felt pretty good. Maybe I should just be doing it bars big instead of bars small. I've been told so much to stream, but my voice is not ready for that. Honestly, you don't even need to use your voice because I know there's actually this one chick, I forgot her name. Some believers brought her to my attention. She's just writing the Bible. She doesn't even have or she has a camera, but she doesn't have a voice thing, or the audio's not there. All she does is she just opens up a piece of paper and she's just writing the Bible. Like she's making a handwritten Bible. I'm like, wow, that's really gnarly. That is a task. That's a very, that's a quest right there. It's crazy that people used to do that. It's crazy that actually used to be a profession. That used to be like people's jobs. Like you just making Bibles. Like that's so gnarly. Now we just print millions of them in a second. Or maybe not a second, but a couple of days or something. Maybe more than that, maybe a week. Actually cool. Yeah. And the bars big actually feels harder now. That's why I guess I do a bar small. It's easier. Maybe it is. Man, that trick always gets me. I don't know how to do it better. I always just do like hot potato no-handers. Crazy move. It's hard. Let's do a bar small. People say bar small is easier, but it's like weird because you have to like learn your hang five switch. So that make what? I guess I don't know if it's easier. Well, it is easier, but you have to relearn the hang five. That's a weird one. People make it look so easy. It's hard. I think it's hard. I don't know. I guess maybe it's easy for some people, but it's like such a foreign like feeling. Like it's just, it doesn't feel like any other trick, I feel like. Because like most tricks, like on the bike when you're balancing, you have like your hands there, right? And like you feel it, right? But like you have to balance like without your hands. It's really strange. Let's try some other ones then. This one's easier. It's weird. This one's actually easier, but it's harder to balance. But it's like you can land it. Fun though. Yeah, that one trick, man, the cliffhanger. I think it's because I'm doing it in a circle. I'm probably... Someone said I shouldn't learn in a circle, but the thing is, it's hard to find like a really long flat area. Maybe that's why I haven't learned the cliffhanger. Because I don't really have like a legitimate, like really long, like complete flat area. I'm like kind of forced to learn it in a circle. I guess I can learn it outside, but I'm kind of doing it on a weird uphill outside. Pretty good one. See if we can do a good ride into that one. Oh, fudge. We're getting there. This guy right here is really gnarly. Who's that? Is that Trevor Meyer? Yeah. That dude's a gnarly believer right there. What are the ones we were trying to practice? Huh. I guess, boomerangs? Flails? Trying to do a decade out. I guess what I should do is just go back into a fakie from that one. We did a multi-whip the other day, I think, so let's maybe try like double bar, tail tap double bar. You got a triple bar, huh? You can practice some trials maneuvers. I'm trying to tail tap from that. Oh, fuck, it's hard to like tail tap after that. That's probably some trials maneuvers. We'll just do 2. I'm gonna do a bar one today. Let's shred the nard. Oh yeah, I gotta clean my brakes. Oh, I guess I don't. Maybe need to clean my brakes. We'll try it without cleaning my brakes. We're gonna shred the nard. Right. Blank cat. Alright, so the goal is, I'm probably not going to do it. I've only done it like once, I think. We're going to do, I wanted to do this. Pickup bar, tail tap, tail bublicka, pedal kick a bublicka, fakie a bublicka, fakie, gyrator, bar spin. But I think that's kind of hard. So I think what I'm going to do is we're going to go lift up, bar spin, nose press, to pedal kick a bublicka, to pedal kick a bublicka on that one. So maybe I'll do the tail tap one. I think it is actually doable. It's like hard, it's hard to do the bar and then grab the brake with like 2 fingers, because sometimes I'm like this, or sometimes I'm like that, or like this. But then to do the bublicka, I have to be like that. Which there was this crazy, I think it was Bruce Chrisman in X Games, he did a bar spin to Fufanu, which that's a crazy trick. That's like, you do not see that a lot. I could not even imagine doing that. So shout out to Bruce Chrisman at X Games. He did that in the mid-run on his sub box. Oh, that was it. Oh, I timed it wrong. That was it though, right there. Oh, if I was just like like 5 inches up close, I would have done it. It's kind of weird that you're even watching the stream, because I feel like the BMX segment's kind of boring for most people. It's really fun though. Okay, let me just see if I could do even just the pedal kick thing. Yep, I knew that one. I mean, honestly, man, if someone was really, really good at bar spins, where you do like bar spin, tail tap, pedal kick, a bublicka, pedal kick, bar spin, a bublicka, to a bublicka, fakie, bar spin, a bublicka. That would be the ultimate combos. I'm actually going to, I forgot I have a drawing to post. We're going to post it on you guys want to like have a way maybe to fish for some souls, man, I learned this from another believer, and what he does is he makes a Twitter post, which he'll do it right now. We're gonna do our last drawing that we did. Man, why is this on here? So this is our last drawing that we did. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna do like drawing from last stream. Drawing from last stream. Plant, goth, peace, sower. Sower, inspired by many verses. Many Bible verses. I'm live right now if anyone wants to ask questions or share verses. I guess maybe I shouldn't put that one in there. So I'm going to do that. We're going to take the link like we did earlier. We're going to put that link in there. And you guys could do the very same thing because I learned this from another believer. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to this stream, this exact stream that's on right now. We're going to copy this link. Copy. We're going back over here. We're going to paste that link right there. And then another tip that I learned from some other people is to make a hashtags thing. So I do have the notepad. So right here we have a notepad on our notes. This is specifically for hashtags. And these are the ones that I use. Some of these I don't barely use at all really, but you know, some of them for curated for certain posts. So we have one on Christian art right there. So we're going to take this hashtag, and if you guys didn't know, the hashtags on Twitter actually kind of work. So you can't really do this on Instagram anymore. I don't know why they took it off, but you were able to do it on Instagram, but you can't do it anymore. It's actually been that way for a while. You just got to make sure you're in the limits. So let's take out draw. Let's take out Sketchbook. That one's probably not very used very much. So here we go. I'll show you guys. Okay, there we go. So here's the post that we made with the artwork. And if people can click on that link. And actually, I need to redo this. I actually need to put a period right there because it's kind of hard to see that. So let's actually look at this again. Let's copy and paste this entire thing. Or why can't I do it? Okay, here we go. We actually need to redo that, so we're going to copy that entire thing. Copy, we're going to delete this. Delete. Let's remake it. And then what we're going to do is we're just going to put a couple periods right there. A couple periods right there to space the link from the hashtags. See what it looks like now. There we go, that looks way better. So people can see that, they can click on the links, and then the link's right there. Hopefully you can plant a little seed of faith in a soul. hard. Like I'm just doing a pickup bar and it's hard. Joel Day! What's up, Drew Fate? How good is it, man? How good is it? What are you up to, Joe? Are there any verses that you've been thinking of? You're doing good, man. I feel like the last time I saw you, Joe, I was working on the very same thing. I was still stuck on this combo. I can't do it. I'm just not good at bar spins. I feel like if someone was really good at bar spins, they'd do it like first try, but like I'm not very efficient at bar spins, so it's actually my worst trick. It's like hard to land in a tail tap. It's weird, Bambina, your name has a little pick on it. I don't know why. Is it because you're subbed or something? I think this is a Christian song right here. Our God is an awesome God who reigns. Our God is an awesome God who reigns on heaven and earth. I'm pretty sure it's that song, but this is the reggae version. Let's see here. Our God. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe it's God. Oh, I almost did it. That was so close. Wow, the Minecraft Twitch event. That's crazy. That really stands out. Like I was like, wow, I've never seen anybody with that badge. I was like, did I get? I don't, because I don't even have badges. So I was like, I don't know how you got that. I almost landed right there. Oh, fudge. What's wrong with me? I'm like so close to doing it. Okay, so we're just going pickup bar. It's not even a bunny hop bar, it's a pickup bar. Tail tap, pedal kick, pedal kick. Okay, we'll go down to generator. Perfect. Maybe I should like switch it up because I know this is kind of boring to watch, but every time I bring these out I get stuck. Run out of speed. That was fun. Yes, that was it. Kinda, I didn't do the biblical back, but I'll take it as that one. I was supposed to biblica back, but like I got into that last one, I was like, no way, I don't think I'm gonna land that next to biblica. We landed something. That was the first thing we landed all day today. By the way, this is how I get my clips. It's so much easier. You just click this button right here. Boom, you have a clip right there. Like streaming makes filming like so much easier. It's actually crazy. It's almost like you guys are the filmer. You guys are the filmer. I don't need to go behind the thing anymore. Well, I guess I kind of do, but I actually really like this ride right here. This edit's really cool. I'm gonna rewatch it. All right, we're putting these away. Maybe we'll do some ice pick stuff. Do some ice picks. Yeah, this stone right here, we're gonna put it on that one. Oh, I forgot. I would actually, yeah, just do it like that. Maybe we should. Maybe I shouldn't do the ice picks. Oh, lame. I guess not lame, but let's do it. We need some more. I need to drink water. Remember to stay hydrated, everybody. So where's our water at? I need to fill up a water bottle. I'll be right back. Hey, do any of you guys play Fortnite? Who plays Fortnite in here? Raise your hand if you play Fortnite in here. I don't know if anybody does. No. Oh, you play Fortnite? Alright, I'm gonna shout out, there's like the only other, I guess, no, there's some other BMX riders, but I guess a consistent streamer, which is really, really gnarly. His name's Spencer Forsman. I'm gonna shout his channel out right now, and if you guys are ever playing Fortnite, you guys can go join his team. Not only can you join his team, but you can go, I'm gonna write his name there, and you can go check out his YouTube channel. And you guys can get more into BMX lore. He has much lore of the BMX scene on, I guess, more of the East Coast scene. And he has a lot of videos. You can learn a bunch. He has a bunch of how-tos, a bunch of just good advice. So I'm gonna shout out his channel and check out Spencer Forsman on YouTube, or BMX lore, or much BMX lore. He streams on Twitch every day here. At /shout out APOLY. There you go, Spencer. I don't really know many other BMX riders. There is another one, his name's Empathy for Insects. But I don't know if you guys play any MTG though. That's the weird thing, is how do you like curate, that's the weird thing about Twitch, is that like there's so many different communities, right? Cause like a lot of people that follow this channel right here are like believers, which is weird because then like, I don't know, it's so weird because there's like a lot of people that don't even write BMX that are exposed to BMX on Twitch. So it's like, how do we help each other out in that instance? I don't know. Just keep riding bikes. Yeah, it's really interesting. I mean, if you're like in a bigger scope, you know, maybe that's why I should start playing WoW again. I was actually thinking about that because like a lot of people play WoW. So there's actually some of the, I think, biggest like Christian streamer people, they play WoW, I think. Actually one of them, a couple of them do. But it's like, I think a lot of people are interested in it, so it's a little easier to kind of share it with other people. All right, we're changing the music. Let's see here. Let's listen to Heaven Core. I don't know what normal people, I don't know like what the viewers like to listen to. That's the other thing. Put that out lower, so. Do funky chicken no hander. Actually, let's do back here no hander. I haven't even been practicing that today. Back here no hander. Kidding me? What? I'm glad that first try. Bro. Wow. That was a cool line. Wow. That's fun. Do that. Now I'm starting to get those more consistently. I'm pretty sick. What else is there? I kind of forgot there was the rocket no-hander. Try some of these. Clean my brake pads for this trick. Plenty fun. I guess I got that no-hander. I'm trying to think about a no-hander trick we could do. Oh, we could practice this one I haven't hired yet. Oh, no, I don't have one. Dude, look at that trick. What in the world? Bro, that trick is crazy. I was like, bar small. I don't see that a lot. Bar small, no-handed hang 5. Let's watch that again. The other thing is, anybody watching this stream, you guys are in no obligation to even watch the stream. I'm just practicing here. You're just practicing. Could try Undertaker to, no, we're gonna try, Try locomotive. We'll do, back over here. So close yet so far. Hey guys, but if you guys don't need to watch the stream, I'm gonna tell you guys. Because I feel like, especially if you guys don't ride BMX, I'm like, how? It'd be weird for you guys to like watch it because, yeah. I guess unless you guys want to get into BMX. Here, we'll practice, hitchhikers. Practice hitchhikers. Where's that? Well, I usually switch between drawing and watching, then I watch streams sometimes. Okay. Let's see. Are you drawing right now? We're gonna practice hitchhikers. I forgot. I've been practicing lately. There we go. I don't know, do you do like this, or I think you do like this? Yeah, mostly adding little details. What do you draw? Are you drawing a character? I need to practice it a little bit more. My muscle memory's all weird. I'm finishing up drawing on a random imaginary person. Are you doing it digitally or traditionally?
Someone on the pizza. Uber Eats is giving away $10 million in free Domino's pizza. Where'd you?
I'm just listening to more one music. Slammed it. Really? What was that? What did this guy just do? I used to do a bunch of digital stuff. Look at this guy right here. Oh, dude, that was weird. Dude, that dude just did this. He just did a hang five to like back scuff no-hander. I've never seen anybody do that. That's pretty cool. Shout out to that guy. That guy's cool. These guys have written for a long time. That's the crazy thing is a lot of people like I didn't even realize. It's like tripping me out how much these guys have actually written. Like it's actually kind of crazy because now I'm at the point where like sometimes I'm thinking that some flat riders actually ride longer than most other discipline of riders. Like it's actually insane because like there's this one dude, his name's Matthias Dandoa. He has this interview and he was like, oh yeah, I'd ride like 14 hours a day. Like my parents would just drop me off. And I'm like, what in the world? Like, cause I feel like, man, like, cause like, I don't know cause I just feel like you don't get as taxed out as much so you can ride longer for like longer times. I'm not sure though, I guess. Yeah, it's like all day. Yeah, Matthias Dandoa. He's actually the Olympic torchbearer. Flatline was almost going to be in the Olympics. sit it right there. Look at that. That guy's doing the trick I'm trying to do. I'm trying to learn. I guess that's the cool thing about one. You just got a lot of content to just throw out there. I think so, anyway. What time is it? Let's see here. Can't do it very good. Make it look so easy, but it's freaking hard. It's just that like little riding I'm not good at. It's the double footed thing. It's basically the double foot thing. The problem with the double foot thing is if you have too much weight on this side, it like bucks you off. And you have to put this foot on at the right time. And not only that, but you have to put that equal weight. So kind of like, it's like equalized. That's what it feels like anyway. Crazy. See, those guys are doing the tricks I kind of want to learn. I'm like still stuck on like the beginning one. We'll mess around with those tricks. Practicing the same thing, I don't even know if it does seem like it's good enough, but let's see a funky chicken in the hanger. Or actually, no, I have to change it for it, darn. guess that'll just be hitchhiker practice of the day. Too. All right, funky chicken no hander. Dude, you gotta have fun to do it. What the? Dude, those emotes are cool. For some reason my emotes aren't like lasting on the screen. I thought maybe I need to up the time or something. I saw it just a little bit. I guess that is a new trick, Joe. I don't think you've seen that one. We've added a no-hander into the funky chicken. I want to do like funky chicken, no hander, grab back into funky chicken. Fun though. What other trick was there? I guess we could do a Joel no-hander. Try a Joel no-hander. I recently just put that in front of me. Landed, darn. If you have like those little flatline bars, it makes it way easier. I'm kind of wondering if you could do like that track stand into like a backyard. Let's see. So this, we're going to put our foot on that peg and then try and... Oh, you can't do it. I haven't landed that one. I guess maybe you could do that one into a body burial. Bro, dude, there's a new combo we learned. Check it out. We're going to do this into a body burial. Joel No Hander. I think that's what this trick's called. Well, I mean, I guess that's what I called it. Because the first person I saw do it was Joel. Oh, there we go. Alright, so we put our foot on that peg. We press the brake. We do one scuff. We're going to correct our cranks. We're going to come back into a body burial. Yeah, so we're going to do it like this. Or wait. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Many combos. Combo after combo after combo. I guess I could just do that. I could rock it out and do like a body burial. That's pretty fun. That actually might just be easier than landing it the hard way. Harder way, because it's already hard to land. Oh, dude, it's doable. Mr. Fitness Dude. What up, bro? What up, dude? Thank you for the raid, man. I guess I'll show you out. Am I following you, bro? You follow. I'm not following. Following you now, bro. Shout outs to Mr. Fitness Dude. Let me shout you out. Slash. Shout out. Mr. Fitness. Yeah, buddy. Thanks for the raid, man. You did not need to do that. I feel like my streams are kind of boring, so it really. Most people that watch my stream, I'm pretty sure they just listen to Bible study. So, but I guess if you want to watch me fail on the bike, I just basically fail on the bike over and over and over again until I land something. Which I kind of feel like that's how the Bible studies are too. So take everything I say with a grain of salt in the Bible studies, by the way, because I can't add anything up. So we are trying this new maneuver that we're going to try and land. So the other cool thing about Flatland BMX is that all you need is a BMX bike and you just need a flat area. Some Flatlanders ride in really, really small areas. I actually used to think that this, I used to think that this actually was a pretty tiny, this 15 by 15 square foot area is pretty tiny. But there's some riders that ride even smaller. Like 5 by 7 or 5 by 5. It's crazy. 8 by 8. Oh my god, I almost did it. So we're going to do that. I'm going to actually let go of the brake, push down a little bit, do that. Endo into a body burial. Dude, that's gonna be a cool combo. See, I guess that's the other thing about the seat. With the other seat, I can't do that. Right? Because it's either you need a smaller frame or you need really long bars or something. I should change the music. This is a little more like reggae music, I guess. We'll go back to the reggae stuff. Huh. It's really Christian reggae. Do you guys follow that one Olympian? I forgot his name, but there is an Olympian bodybuilder guy that streams on Twitch. I feel like I haven't seen him live in a little bit though. But he wears a cross. I think he's a believer. Everything's working. There we go. Hopefully you land this. Did it. Fudge. Debris ran into the ledge. I need to like do it a little bit closer. Bro, that's crazy. I found a new combo. I've never landed that one before. Dude, I'm so happy. That's awesome. Plant cat, plant cat, plant cat. Check out this dude. This dude's crazy. Trevor Meyer. Like, man, dude, that guy is like really, really gnarly. Like his level of tricks, like I want to learn his level of tricks, but like you just give up because he's just way too advanced at the moment. Maybe in the future we'll learn more of what he's kind of doing. They're very, very hard. My tire like slid out. The bike is upside down? Yeah, it is. Use the wheel. I'm actually gonna try not to use the wheel now. So, if you guys want to learn this trick, I would like to say it's a Joel no-hander to body burial right out. So it's actually kind of interesting how we're doing this. So in order to do the Joel no-hander, you gotta have your cranks like that, because if you go like this is where your foot goes, right? You can't have your cranks like that, otherwise it's gonna like go down, right? So you have your cranks like this, but see how there's still some pressure on the crank? What we're doing is I'm pressing this back brake like this. We press the back brake, we put our foot on here, and then simultaneously our foot's over there. We do a 90 with our bar, and then while we do that, we let go of the brake, we do a quarter crank on this right here. That propels us forward, giving us the momentum to go. While we're getting propelled forward, we correct the crank and put it into the forward position. After that, we do a backwards endo into a forward tail tap. While we do a forward tail tap, we throw our leg through the top tube like this. So we do a backwards endo, backwards tail tap, and throw our leg through the frame. While we corrected the crank, when we go through the frame, we put our foot right here, which then when we push down on it, it's going to propel us forward to land it. I think I'm just going to stream mark that. Maybe this is going to be a how-to to how to do this trick. Welcome everybody. Or I guess I already said it right now, but this is the how-to on how to do this trick. I'm actually going to go see how the weather is outside. I know, it kind of is a lot of steps, huh? I was going to write outside, but it's kind of windy.
This is what summer is all about. But we've got a few tips for energy-conscious ways to keep your home cool when you're ready to come inside. Run ceiling fans counterclockwise in the summer.
Okay, let's try and do this. I guess I can name... Oh, wait, I just thought I was going to do a how-to on how to do this trick. We'll do a how-to later, maybe. I mean, I guess I could just do all steps. I guess we'll just do it right now. Welcome, everybody, to the how-to do this weird no-hander trick, track stand variation trick. So how we do this. So the first person, actually, that I saw do this track stand was actually Joel Schallhorn. Shout outs to Joel Schallhorn. I saw him do this no-handed track stand like on top of this big old ledge in one of his edits. I don't know what this trick is called, so I've just started saying it's a Joel no-hander because he's the first one that I saw doing it. So how I do it is, it's a track stand variation, but I think the most important part is where we place our cranks. We're gonna see how our brake thing is right here. That's generally the gauge where I do. I kind of just see that little bolt thing right there, and I kind of want my cranks like that, maybe a little bit more forward. Let's see if we can land it. It might take me a good amount of tries because I haven't even landed this right out yet. So what we're going to do is we have our cranks. That's the first part. We're going to go out like this and then into our pegs. When we go into a track stand, we're going to switch our feet from on the peg. So we're going to go into a switch foot track stand. Hold that for a little bit. Then what we're going to do is we're going to throw our leg over onto that pedal over there. So you want to put a lot of pressure on that pedal, and then you put your other foot on this tire over here, and you can take your hands off, and it kind of feels like you're on a tightrope. And so this is the second part of how we're going to try and do this new part. I'm going to press the back brake right here. We're going to put our foot right there on the peg. We're going to let go of the brake, and we're going to propel forward, hopefully. Oh, fudge. I didn't do it that time. I didn't land it. I haven't landed this yet, so, or this variation. Let's see what we do again. We start like this. Into a track hand. Switch foot. Over the bar, like candy bar. Onto the pedal. Almost lost it. No, I wasn't done. I need to stop talking about it, I think. I think talking about it's like making me rethink about all this other stuff. But I guess I'll still do it. I guess maybe that's the way I should do it. Right, let's keep going. Do any of you guys know the name of this trick? Shout out, because I actually don't know the name of this trick. It must have a name, I just don't know what it's called. Alright, track stand. Switch for track stand. Oh, come on. You know, I was doing it earlier. You just land it. It's kind of like a cheesy trick, but it's kind of cool. It's like a no-handed trick, so I think all no-handed tricks are cool, I think. So. Oh, come on. Darn. I'm going to take a little break from this trick. I like almost landed it once and now I can't even get into it. Oh man. Here, let's break the monotony a little bit. We're gonna do some funky chicken no-handers. Let's try that one again. I'm kind of bored of doing this one. Okay, funky chicken no-hander. It. I wish I could hold the no-hander. Because like all I'm doing is I'm just kind of just like, and then it just drops down, but, right, I wish you could like do the no-hander, like hold it, grab onto it again, and then get out into another funky chicken. But I guess that's a no-handed trick. It's pretty fun. I just wish you could like hold the no-hander, right? I'm just like hot potato in the no-hander.
I love this place, but
Oh, fuck. Cheesy but fun. It's just like a little hot potato no-hander. Just like that. But I don't know how I feel like if you could like balance it out, I actually think you can just hold the no-hander. So there's that no-hander trick. We have landed that one. We've landed like 2 of those ones. But they're kind of cheesy. Then there's another no-hander trick. This one I haven't landed yet. This is the switchfoot circle K or switchfoot donut no-hander. Which I actually have seen someone do this one. It's just they like did it a little bit different. I just don't know how to land that one. There has to be a way to land this thing, because I saw him land it. I just don't know how he really did it. I kind of forgot what video it was too. I think it's in one of these. I think it's one with Dave Smith in it. It's not Dave Smith that does it. It's like this dude he's competing against. He might have done it bar small. No, I'm thinking about it. So the hard thing about this no-hander is that all your weight's on this peg right here, and when you try and land it, your weight goes back that way. And like you want to like keep it up in here, I think. And I think if you keep your weight over here, like a lot of your weight over here, you can kind of like roll out of it. If you have your pedal right here, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to land it like this. So here's our no-hander. We're trying to put our bars right here, and then simultaneously put our foot right there, and then use that pedal pressure to ride out of it. I don't know. I probably just seem like a crazy person. I'll stick to skateboard. Do you know Rodney Mullen? Rodney Mullen's actually a believer. Maybe we should watch that Rodney Mullen thing. I wish I could watch his documentary. There's a bunch of copyrighted songs in there. Shout out to Rodney Mullen. Let's look it up right now. This dude actually is a believer. Rodney Mullen. Christian. Anity. Yeah. I mean, I guess this is the first thing that pops up, right? Now, there was this, like, now what made me think about it is there's this thing with Tony Hawk. I think in one of, like, the Tony Hawk game interviews or something like that, they, like, interviewed Tony Hawk or something. Rodney Mullen was in the back, and he was wearing a cross. And I was like, what in the world? Is that Rodney Mullen? He was wearing a cross, right? And I was like, whoa, that's weird. Is that dude a believer? I never knew this dude was a believer. But it says, Mullen has spoken publicly about his spiritual beliefs while he thanked my Lord Jesus for all he's done for me in his autobiography. That's crazy. And has studied the Bible. He explained in 2010, the term religion bums me out. I can't go to church, but I've got issues. I've got issues of nonconformity built into me. Rodney Mullen. That's actually crazy that he actually put that in his autobiography. Shout out to Rodney Mullen. I feel like every skateboarder knows about Rodney Mullen. I feel like if you're a skateboarder and you do not know about Rodney Mullen, I don't know. That dude is like, he's gnarly. He's a legend. Let's watch some Rodney Mullen. Inspired me to work out, get some. Oh, dude, thanks, bro. I guess that is kind of weird, right? Because it's like the whole fitness and health section. Like, I feel like there should be a whole bunch of other people doing it. Because you can also kind of like use the BMX bike kind of to work out and stuff. There's actually this one guy. Let me see if I think I have one of his videos saved. There's. Like, you can be a bigger person riding flatland. Like, actually, flatland's the easiest, or safest, I would say, not easiest, but safest form of BMX riding. Let's see if I have it saved. Maybe I don't. Darn, there's this dude, his name's like Michael on Reddit. I'm gonna have to go on Reddit now. Let's go onto Reddit BMX. There's like this bigger dude that's starting to ride flatland. Darn, I don't think I'm going to be able to find it. Let's change this. And I'll show you the spinner thing real quick, Joe, as well. Let me see, can I find this guy? Where is he? I'm going to have to like scroll down. He's in here somewhere, I know it. Because he just posted something the other day. I'm on top though, maybe I shouldn't be looking at top. Where is this dude? Darn, I'm gonna have to. Let's see here. Oh, here he is. Okay, I found it. I found it, everybody. this guy right here. See, and that dude's like a pretty big dude, and he's riding flatland. He's actually doing track stands, the trick that I do a lot, right? Does he have music on here? But he's actually been, I'm actually gonna have to start following this guy. I mean, I gave him up right there. He actually got a lot of votes up in there, look at that. So, let's see some other ones. His name is, if you guys want to follow him, his name is Michael A Big Easy. Let's see here. Let's see his posts. He actually has one in front of a church, I think. Where is that one? Oh, here, check this one out. Hopefully it loads. I think he just started learning, so pretty cool. But yeah, he's going down like the flatland realm. Man, that almost got 893 upvotes, man. I don't even think I've ever got. That's a lot of upvotes right there. Okay, so for the Joe, I think you're talking about the gyro, how it works. I'll try to do this. Let me put some light up on here. I don't know if you're still in here, Joe, but so how the gyro works is that this is the gyro mechanism. It's right here. I'm trying to hold it up. Okay, see this thing? So, see this cable right here? This goes up into a two-pronged cable system. So this white lever is actually the back brake. It goes up in here. There's one cable, and then it splits off into a two-cable system. So this one cable goes into two cables. These two cables go on both the sides. So we have one side right there, right here, and then one on that side, right? Now these are fastened in. You screw these things in like that. This one's screwed in right there. Now there's a bearing mechanism. This thing is on a bearing mechanism, right? And so what that allows is that if I were to turn this bar in any degree, I can still use the brake. Because this is actually getting pushed up, right? And so that the other thing at the bottom is that it's right there. And so this is actually, I think, why they call it a gyro, because this is actually a cup right here. See how it's a cup into the top brake system, and then there's another cup at the bottom, and that gets pushed up too at the same time. See? And so you can have this bar at any degree. So then you can kind of just go infinity like that. And then, yeah, it's a pretty cool system. So from there, I'm using a London mod. So this is actually another thing. This thing right here is called a London mod. This thing right here. This is actually two straight cables, because generally if you buy a normal bike, they're gonna have another single cable into a splitter. Now the problem about this single cable into the splitter is if you break one of these cables, you have to replace this entire thing, right? So what the London mod offers, this thing right here, this London mod, this is basically a single cable system now. So actually, instead of a double cable into one cable, it's two single cables that go down into here, and you get to adjust it right there into that brake system right there, into the actual brakes. So yeah, it's a pretty interesting system right there. I have modified this a little bit. So this stem right here, this is the Colt, I think Salvation or Redemption stem, I can't remember which one it is. It's like the V1 of something. I think it's a V1 Salvation stem. What's interesting is I'm actually running it upside down, right?
This is a 48 millimeter stem. And see how it's almost touching into that stem. Check this out. So I run that is because I can still run my gyro and have it go through the stem. It's kind of weird, but now the reason why I'm running the stem upside down is because actually of that track stand trick. It's because I want my bars as low as possible. Because what ends up happening is if I have my bars really, really high up, if I have my bars like super high up, I have to raise this seat even higher, right? And my seat's already like super high, right? So I want my bike as low as possible without, and I guess this is one way to do it. The other thing you could do is you can run smaller bars, but smaller bars are kind of harder to find nowadays. So that's how I've had to do it like that. And that track stand trick like that Michael dude was practicing, the track stand's basically you have to have your seat high enough. See how I have my finger right here? Like that? Well, I can grip. This is like an extender of my grip right here. That's how I do that trick, is because you hold on to the seat like this. See? That's how you do it. Yeah, it's really crazy how well it works, for sure. Now, the problem about the gyro system is that a lot of people, there's a lot of moving parts in here, right? So the thing is if you break one of these things in these moving parts, you basically have to replace that part. A lot of people don't like to run brakes, especially the gyro. A lot of people don't like the gyros because there's so many things you have to adjust, right? Because not only do you have to adjust, you have to adjust this one up here at the certain level, but you also have to adjust these 4 at the certain level right here. This one at the top, and then this one at the bottom. Same on that side, but not only that, you have to adjust it right there too. And so a lot of people don't like to do that. So because if you mess up the adjustment, then it will rub on your back wheel and then you can't ride. I personally like it because it kind of I honestly like messing around on the bike because I'm like, man, it's kind of cool, just like how complex it is. It's actually really not that complex, but I think it's kind of fun. But yeah, a lot of people don't like it. See, this is Dave Smith. This guy runs it too. But it's weird because it came out in the 80s, right? And there's a lot of tricks, man. I actually feel like in the future, man, I honestly think in the future a lot more people are going to start running like all brakes again. Just because like, dude, it's like basically get to do as many tricks as you can. It's like you have more tricks to do. Oh, that's actually the wrong way. Oops. I'm trying to get this in the same. Is this zoomed in? Nope, it's not zoomed in. But yeah, so the other thing I forgot to tell you is the reason why, the gyro is just for the back brakes, right? Because the front brake right here, the front brake actually goes through the fork, right? Now, if the front brake was outside, not through the fork, you would have to run some sort of gyro mechanism. But because we run the gyro we run the front cable through the steer tube of the fork, it comes out right here, so you don't need a gyro for that one. But I don't think I've done a no-handed trick today, so let's see if we can do a no-handed maneuver. I don't know what no-handed maneuver will do. What about like a foot, let's see.
let's try the one that we were trying earlier. The one that I got stuck on. Yeah, there's a bunch of different types of BMX bikes. So there's like racing BMX bikes, there's street BMX bikes, there's flatland BMX bikes, which this is kind of more flatland, and then there's like BMX bikes where people just use it for everything. This is just kind of like an everything bike right now. This is a street frame, which I guess is the smaller street frame. It's a 19.9 Colt Tech frame. I am running flatland forks. These are 15-millimeter offset forks. These are flatland bars. These are S&M intricate bars. But those are the only flatland parts I'm running on this bike. Is just the forks and the bars. Everything else is like street, except for this. I guess this is a mountain bike. This is a mountain bike seat. Or I guess no, the sprocket. I guess the sprocket is kind of flatland. It is fun. Yeah, I want to land that one maneuver. Let's just do back air no-hander. Let's try that one. That one's hard. The other two ones are kind of real hard. I guess not really hard, but somewhat hard. I guess this is hard too. Oh, fudge. Man, those backyards I'm actually starting to land. It's kind of crazy. It's like I've been struggling with that trick for so long, and I'm finally starting to land them. I'm gonna give this dude a follow, by the way. He's on the track stand path. Which I like the track stand. The track stand is probably one of the safest tricks in BMX, I think. So if you guys are out there, you know, if you're worried, if you're bigger or something, just know that this guy is learning flatline. You didn't know there were so many kinds? Yeah, there's also a bunch of different geometries, right? There's like a whole bunch of different geometries. There's like the size of bar, there's the size of stem, there's different types of bars. I have some different types of bars over here. I actually have some different frames and stuff over here, but I'll kind of show you the difference. And I guess that frame's kind of different. So it's kind of like an RPG game, you know? You know, like the RPG game, and like you get to pick your armor and stuff like that. So this is basically like your standard look of the bar. This is what most riders now run. But back in like the 90s and 80s, they like experimented with a whole bunch of different, well, I guess Flatland's kind of like that too. So we got these looking bars, and then check out these bars. Right, these were, like, this is a good comparison. These ones look way different. Right. And not only that one, you got these ones. These are giant Dino GT bars. These are like really, really little. Maybe I should experiment with these ones. I cut these down too much though, unfortunately. And like that's kind of like the cool thing, just like how you customize your bike. They kind of like customize it how you want. It's kind of like picking like an armor piece or something. But these ones are really wild looking parts right here. Like a lot of people wouldn't like running stuff like this. You know what, we're gonna look up, well, I guess we can watch Ryan Chapman. And we listen to that entire thing. Did I put a stream marker there? I don't know if I did.
I was always riding like BMX bikes, jumping curves and stuff. But I guess when I moved and started learning stuff, it's when that movie ride came on. And then seeing like commercials and stuff, and people doing tricks with bikes and stuff.
Oh.
Started to do that way. My dad met Jeff Cotter and around the corner, these guys wearing that Buffalo Wallens and stuff. And that's when I really started learning stuff. Hanging out with people that were girls. Right to Long Beach. Going on shore. I've been moving in Long Beach too. This is wild. Just living in that area for so long. I was trying to write by myself. That's what I live down by the house, so like I see him every now and then, right? And every now and then I might write stuff on Sarah, or that's it pretty much. Just Eric Stefano, or I don't know, just kind of stuff by myself. I always kept to myself growing up, so I never really hung out with too many people. There's no particular reason why I write, except for I like the fact that I like to write, you know? And that's pretty much it. Just liking to ride, like spending time alone.
Bikes are fun. I guess I should practice like backwards manuals. How many rotations? That is double. A doubler. The other thing is I kind of feel like I'm like still like a beginner flatlander, so. Because if you watch like a lot of these gnarly guys are like, they're like on a crazy level. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna try some Fluky Chickatilla. God, I almost landed it. Dude, that was crazy. I actually kind of feel like the no-hander funky chicken's been helping with that trick maybe. Yeah, oh man, I think that actually is helping. Because, like, I guess you do have to take your hand off. And you also have to take this hand off. Wait. Actually, I don't know. No, you don't. Actually, you just take off this hand. I've been stuck on this trick. It's kind of funny. That one dude I just shouted out, actually a while back, Spencer, he actually saw me land it. I've actually only landed one funky chicken tail of my entire life. That was almost my second one I almost landed. Whoa, we almost did a front yard. That's actually kind of cool. You can do funky chicken in the front yard. Well, that's the cool thing about Flatland. It's like super low to the ground. Like there's some crazy longevity with flat riders. Crazy longevity. Like this guy right here. This guy is crazy. His name's Dave Osado. Which this guy actually used to ride Flatland. A lot of people don't know that. This rider right here, he used to be a Flatlander. Wait, is that? Yeah, it's Dave Osado. That guy used to be a Flatlander. Sitting here. That one's hard. It's like you have to stall the funky chicken. That's what makes it hard. I almost landed one today. Oh, come on. I'm not whipping it anymore. Whip it out more. Yank it a little bit more. It's hard. What makes it a funky chicken? I think a funky chicken was an old 80s dance. I don't remember what they used to do. Alright. It's supposed to look like the funky chicken dance. When you do like one in a circle, maybe it looks more like it. It's hard to do it in a circle, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't really know what the funky chicken dance really looks like, but I think that's the reference to this, which is actually so crazy. It was like so before my time, I don't even know what it is. See what you do in a circle. It's a weird looking trick though. It's what's kind of crazy about this trick is it took me a long time to learn. So it was weird because one of my friends that's a flatlander, he said that the funky chicken was his first scuff trick that he learned. That's crazy because like the funky chicken took me a long time to learn. Longer than I think most people. It's also like, you know, because I'm like doing it in the garage, I have to get like that certain angle to like start the circle. Fuck, I almost landed it. I almost landed it. Fun one though. There's a lot of combos with the funky chicken, I think. It's like some new music. Let's see here. I've never heard this before. I don't know if this is the vibes, everybody. How about this one?
Pizza, pizza. Walk in for all your favorites during Little Caesar's Summer of Rotten Ready. Like a thin crust pepperoni pizza for $7.99.
Let's try some upside down tail ups. I haven't even done a stick beat today, so. That's I actually haven't done an elbow glide today. Let's practice some elbow glide. Oh, I guess I did with the hitchhiker. Yeah, I should do that one. That's kind of tiring. Wow, so close. Have a good one, Kira Fate. Thank you for stopping by. Weird song. I've never listened to this song before. wow. We need to practice some side glides. We're gonna do it with just not with a handoff. Hard. That freaks kind of hard. What is this? Sorry for the cursing, everybody. I just clicked this thing. Maybe we'll change it. I didn't know there was cursing and I apologize. Starting to get a little bit. Ikes, you're fine. The other thing, a lot of people think flatline's lame, so that's the other. I think it's fun. I mean, that's kind of hard for me, but I think for most people it's kind of boring. I kind of find like the challenge kind of fun. It's like figuring out a puzzle or something. That's how I see it. Figuring out a puzzle, everybody. How long have you been streaming? Almost 4 hours? Alright. Making it on time. Dude, I don't know how people like ride for like hours and hours on end. There's some people that said that some flat riders like ride for like 8 hours a day. I'm like, what in the world? Because I feel like I get tired with like 3 hours of consistent riding. Let's take a break. Whoa. You guys struck it out messed up. Oh, cause that you don't got a gird, brother. You're good draw now. Third. Holy moly. Liver freaking hit the ceiling. Dude, 107 degrees. That's crazy. Man, he's still out there, dude. Dude, Bobby's a G, dude. This guy's still riding so much. I guess we're gonna go draw soon. Let's see here. There's any bike riding. We got Pal Peralta, Skater, got this dude, I think he's riding a lot. Man, he's been practicing the time machine for a long time. I'm not good at the time machine. Whoa, look at that guy. Pretty crazy. Nicely done. Wow, I've never done that before. Fakey half cab sit down. That's a fakey half cab sit down back crank flip, I think. Weird. Yeah, Leon Coaster, what's this guy doing? That's pretty good. I think he does like bike flips and stuff. All right, we're gonna go draw, everybody. So this concludes the bike riding segment of the stream. Oh, there's actually a pretty cool new video out with Trevor and them. They like made this like crazy like spot. I haven't even been at bike side yet, but I'm pretty, yeah, it's pretty crazy. Maybe we'll have to watch it. All right, let's go draw. I go to this. I guess we'll bring the backpack as well, so we can bring the water. Let's do draw a bike character. Fun to do. By the way, it's kind of nice carrying this rubbing alcohol and a little spray bottle so you can quickly sanitize your hands. I just gotta go faster during the cliffhanger, I'm pretty sure now. He went on a big arc too right there. I'll just put it away. Let's put the break sign up. Boom. Break time. Intriguing. Little monkey. Dooch, 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 Alright, I'm gonna take a break. Oh my goodness, you're still in here? What in the world? What in the holy little Quran scroll? Take a little break. We're gonna put on a BMX video. A skating video. And I'm just gonna. By the way, generally what I do is I wash my face just because, like, yeah. Let's see here. Let's see what video we should watch. Your skater's favorite skater. What is this?
Vanguard Financial Advice can help you do you.
Or as the tape underneath. So basically...
Okay, I'm going to throw this up on here. Yeah, I just like wash my face and it's kind of not good to get all that sweat and stuff caught in your pores. Just make it a little bit bigger. There we go. I'll be right back.
The deal is, sometimes your deck roll screws will stick through just ever so slightly, and since flight decks are 6 layers instead of 7, they're a little bit thinner, so you can get a little bit more of the screw sticking out. So I like to have something between it. Also, the rattle sound is something that I like to avoid. Your deck roll will rattle underneath your board, and if there's tape on the bottom of your board to like stop you from sliding. Like how Andy put that effort into slowing down the grind. You can use for board slides. Whoa. Grip tape bottom of your board. Okay, if Braille wasn't dead, which it clearly is, I feel like this is something that they would do, where they would just cover the bottom of the sheet with just grip tape instead of board slide. You should. I got that for you.
Over to my channel. Look at the grip on the bottom of our board. The crazy board size stuff.
It'd be really funny if you put the grip on the bottom of your board and then just hit 50-50s and like, put rails over it? That's literally what I'm doing. I finally learned keyframing, so I can fix stuff. Okay. I'm pretty excited about it. Is it recording?
Yeah, we're live.
So this is my first time. Everyone else is on the road mic thing. I've never really used it, but I figured this video, I'm a skate nerd, dude. And like, I'm a huge fan of certain skaters, and I think one of the skaters that probably had the biggest influence that I don't talk enough about is Wes Kramer, because he's the person who kind of like mainstreamed a lot of the slappy stuff. And it wasn't even like a planned video, just when we came here to this park. When I came out and visited California in like 2000 whatever, this park was brand new, and it was like cutting edge, you know, smooth ground, weird obstacles. No one was really doing that stuff. And I remember seeing Wes Kramer here in person. So some of the earliest like Wally and slappy grind variations, like as he was figuring them out, he figured them out on this bump the ledge, and I saw some of it happen in real time. I'm not positive if I was here for the first time he did the Wally front 180 fakie 5.0, but judging by the reaction of all of his friends, if he was like kind of battling it for a second, I might have seen that for the first time in person ever get done.
And I think it's funny too, because like even that was the first trick I remember him doing here as well. Like,
Yeah.
An iconic trick here.
Yeah,
Like,
and then he took it to Clipper.
Yeah. Like, so amazing.
Absolutely insane. So, huge influence on my skateboarding. We're also going to skate the college that he filmed a ton of stuff at. And we were definitely in skate mafia territory. And Wes Kramer is one of those skaters who, since he's not on social media, I feel like a lot of people, it's like he won SOTY and he has respect for a lot of people, but not enough people are still talking about it. But he's still skating all the time. He is the essential, I am a skateboarder and I skateboard for skateboarding. You know what I mean? Like, he could easily have all these social media presence, and I think could still be on everyone's tongue if he wanted to, because he's still, everything he's putting out now is still really good. It just seems like he's like the skater, which, yeah, I mean, he's top 5 for me. I always forget to mention him when I'm mentioning my favorite skaters, and it literally is because you know, you don't see him as much, so you're not thinking about him all the time. But like, dude, he's the only skater who, when he does late shoves, I just look the other way. Because, you know, I'm a big naysayer for late shoves, but he has like the super late shoves. And I'm just like, you can get a pass. You're Wes Kramer. You're the best. Yeah, I haven't skated this park in a super long time. It's been a while. So we'll go, I don't really know where anything is. We'll go over the hip and then over the quad. I'll do that nose manual thing. Yeah. Like, how weird is this park? That grinded, huh? That wasn't supposed to grind. Oh my god. Becoming 6 on 1. That trick's scary. Everything is kind of weird, but everything runs into each other.
Alright, let's do this.
In a good way. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
It is kind of a flat ground. I think this is the same ground that they have at
Light bulb.
but I think this ground is like way less skating. Because like it had its heyday, there was like a 3-year period where this was the park, and now it's like,
Will that thing
we
break?
have 15 skate parks in this area. And anyone with like new shoes and a new board at this park, still
I got this away.
because it's like, it's pretty flowing.
Yeah, definitely. It's like you're not even having to do crazy. It's a little bit breaking in.
It kind of is, except for doesn't have a good flat, doesn't have any ledge on flat, and it doesn't have any flat bar. You like that?
I think that's good though, because you can't get that anywhere, and then it doesn't make you even go to. It makes you kind of have to like
Switch it up a little bit?
Yeah.
That's true.
Yeah, flow with your board, not just straight to the, you know?
That makes sense. This is a Wes Kramer tribute, but I'm going to do a quick Spencer tribute right here. Is it nuzzy or newsy? You tell me what it is, and I'll say that. Is it newsy? I finally learned how to back up the full bank, so I'm excited about that. I break in one shoe at a time, but I didn't have the option because the entire sole fell off of the shoe. I skated him for so long. So long. Also, when you're filming, you drag your foot a lot.
Yeah.
That does not help. We need to smack our tail on the way to this quarter pipe, I think. I'm treating it like a spine.
Broke a light bulb.
Even a lot of the flicks that I do, like that lazy flick, 1000% stolen from Wes. Another thing, something that I differ from Wes, what I used to do, if you watch my old videos, I used to do my slappy 50-50s, where I would do it like, literally like a quarter pipe, back truck first, which is why I used to do slappy back by Wes 50. But then, later in life, I embraced the John Benton way, which is actually easier to be consistent, which is the treat it like a curve.
All right, let's do this.
First, lock the cross lock.
Let's just send it.
It's not like super insane.
Let's just take so much action, everybody, that it just shuts off critical thinking. I'm just kidding. Sometimes that's what I have to do, though. Is that bad or is that good? I don't know, but it gets me to do things. I think it's just the send it mentality. All right, we're no longer. Maybe we'll do a little baby like little thumbnail or something, but these thumbnails are taking me way too long in the process, and I was like, after the last one, I was like, you know what? This is why I don't do the thumbnails, because it just takes me too long.
I don't want to say low pop, but like no effort. Like, you know how he'll do like a nollie back something that looks like he's intentionally keeping it
Where's
up.
my?
The way
Okay, here we
that
go.
Western was done is very finesseful. Like it seems like his body weight is very rarely on the board. He's like on the tip of his toes later. And so that is the opposite of me. I'm very like heavy on my board. All my body weight's pretty much in everything. I've always been very envious of that type of skating. So that's why like when I started doing my heel flips and that like lazy flip, the skaters that I think of are like Wes Brander, where it's like it's just silly and fun and playful. But the trick specifically for him, I think it was the nollie back. Or the nollie back.
All right, let's draw.
That wasn't really
Art.
You know what I mean?
Hey, with Priceline VIP Family, you can unlock deals 5 times faster. You don't even have to be an actual family.
Let's put this image slideshow over here.
Like to be able to just be cruising
Oops.
around at the skate park and just throw that out there. But then the switch trays are like power. So much power. The lines that she did, because I mean that's another huge difference between him and me is he skates fast.
Oh wait, I wonder if we could put the chat up.
I think people who go to that spot don't realize.
Oh, the chat does work.
Dude, that spot, I went there, I forget what trick I thought I was going to do, but I thought I was going to do something. And then to get into back 50-50, I was like...
Why is it like opacityed?
It's so far out and you have to go so fast. So fast.
Oh wait, that's what I'd have to do. I would have to...
Like whatever, but let me nose manual up the bank, up the 5.
Wait a minute, I'm gonna actually do something new. Okay, so we put the chat below the BMX video, and then we make a new little window right here with it colorized. So if we do, let me do a new one. Or actually, we could use this one. Let's change the color. How do I change it? To like this. Actually, maybe like. Actually, I wonder if I could click it.
Seems like it should just work. Feel that's such a real trick.
Okay.
I did the people's job
We
back,
make
man.
this smaller.
Yeah, I can do that. That was like a slide out. I don't know how I'm doing.
And then we go over here
Was that Smith?
to the chat. Wait, why doesn't it work?
No.
Weird.
A little closer. Like, that's like Smyvo territory, and Smyvo is a good territory to be in. So that means
it doesn't
Smith's just
work.
one toe point away.
It's like broken.
That one I got. Oh, front foot like 4 inches lower. Get deer in headlights. So Spencer's saying I'm pushing too hard. Just like be more delicate with the switch of the grinds.
Let me try. Let me test this out.
That is exactly what I need to do. Literally. Easy one. Yeah, this is actual easy one. Now I know why you say it. Trying hard makes tricks hard.
It doesn't work. Oh wait, it does work. That's weird. It like doesn't show it like completely at the bottom. See, like it's like cut off right there.
That's it? You can be honest.
Huh.
We think.
I'm gonna have to mess around with the chat thing. Yeah. The chat's like broken for some reason. I don't know why. Properties, width, URL. Yeah, it like doesn't show the entire thing. Huh. Maybe it's just supposed to be like that. Cause see, like it doesn't show like the recent chat, which I think that's what it should do.
I don't know, dude. I ran with like wall Reddit right here first try, so I might as well run with that. I'll do like a little wally out of this piece land here, hit the curve ledge, and then do the Josh Holt special where you stall the corner of it and pop up the
I'm gonna have to mess around with that later.
It's such a funny territory to be right here, and it just naturally wants you to go to little nose wheelies.
Because I don't want to have that like thing at the bottom, because like I see like other people that have the chat thing and they have like the letters, and then there's like something with the background that they already have with the letters.
Oh, I think I have to hold that back up a little longer just to slow my speed down. Yeah, that was much better.
Man, I wish there was something I could do to like change the settings like right off the bat. Because like I have to like, since I'm on a laptop, but then I plug it into a dual screen. Every time I plug it into the dual screen, it like changes all my OBS stuff, and I have to like sit there and move everything around.
Of Wes Kramer without music to it. His, I think it's Crusty by Nature video part. It's just like up in a draw format on the Transworld site, and I didn't use all of it. So for
What are you guys up to? What is everybody up to? How are you guys doing?
So Kramer's put out like an insane amount of footage. And yeah, we're just gonna watch.
Are you guys having fun?
I mean, it's pretty obvious on a lot of stuff that like inspired me. Like people's ledges.
Let's just draw like a night guy.
Trust his body weight and stuff. There's a lot of stuff that I do very poorly, but I think it's pretty obvious that it's influenced by him. Jesus.
We're gonna just do a little thumbnail, just a quick little thumbnail, and then we're gonna like kind of like go, just go into it.
He seems to like session stuff. Like all the footage that he gets really does feel like it's like not these like missions. Like we're gonna go to this one spot and get this one clip. It's a lot of like random spots, but it seems like he's just like dorking around and having fun with his friends. He's just significantly better than everyone else that's hitting. I do think that clip was cut suspiciously early. He does this trick multiple times. That's another thing. He does a lot of tricks a lot of
I'm
times.
taking a break from drawing. I have to save my wrist.
I don't know if this video is cropped weird, but it seems like he gets cut off a lot. I think it's the way that it's cropped for this video, though. Also,
Are you getting wrist pain? Normally I don't get wrist pain. I'm also drawing on a stand-up thing,
I feel like you think of Reynolds, you think of certain tricks. When I think
like an
of
easel.
Wes, I think of wall rides, I think of slappies, and I think switch front side flips and late shoves. But then every other trick is super
1, 2, 3, 4.
There's a switch laser flip.
1,
There's a
2,
rear flip
3.
right there, he rear flips it. Like every part he's doing a ton of new tricks, and there's not a lot of skaters that do that.
One on me.
One skater that I think does do that, they never really got that big on rail. That grinding that rail is insane. But a skater I think never got a ton of credit for how many tricks that they had because they were so sort of typecasted as the kind of skater that they were as Corey Duffel. If you watch Corey Duffel's Cataclysm Week of this part, there's so many random ass tricks in that video. But yeah, just a ton of different flip tricks. He skates nollie, he skates switch. I guess I was like a
I've been having issues with it. Oh, interesting. Do you think it's carpal tunnel? Maybe you should start doing like some exercises, or maybe take some what's it called? Here, I take this stuff. Here, I'll be right back. Let me go get it. I take this stuff at Walmart.
It's almost, I don't want to say like anti-clean, but it's like so obvious that he's just like,
I don't know if they sell it at your Walmart, but it's called Vital Proteins Collagen Peptides. Someone told me I should take this for my ACL, but it says it's good for your skin, hair, nail, and joint support, which I think there's a lot of joints in your wrist, so that might actually be something. I take 2 scoops every single day.
Weber talked to me about this a little bit when he was just out there. I guess years ago I told him, stay on your board no matter what. I don't know if I said that to him or he heard me say that or whatever, but like that is always been my thing. Like when I'm falling, I try to stay on it no matter what, and it makes you right away from stuff sketchy. But I think it creates a different kind of board control, and that is absolutely from guys like Lou Brother and Wes Kramer, where they just like they make whatever comes their way work. And I think if you adopt this kind of skating, especially if you have like legitimate board control, I think that's like what the future best skater is. Like imagine you have like a Nija dude, but like skating with this sort of attitude. I mean, I feel like those things don't naturally mesh up too well.
Yeah, look it up. Look it up on YouTube.
Super good switch backside flip. Like for every trick that he almost got 4 down on that. That was insane. Like for every trick that he does, it's like a little sketchy. Might have a toe drag or something like that. He'll have the most perfect tweaky trick as well. It's just, I don't know. It's like he's the best.
This is this guy's favorite skater. It's one of his favorite skaters. It's just strange that it is.
Yeah, look how many times he did this. Like, I'm sure it felt awesome. But that is a lot of times he jumped down that double set wall. That looked terrifying. I like when the glance, the hat flies at the camera. You can kind of see it. Yeah. I think I was.
But yeah, you should really look into your wrist because that is a very, very important thing, especially if you want to keep drawing later on.
Ridiculous. I'll use frontside flip. I like how the people do that kind afterwards. Like, he also seems to choose tricks that go a bit against the grain. Like, tricks that you're like, that is one of the tricks that I would least want to try down that. If you've ever been to this double set, it's
How should we draw? I mean, I guess we could just kind of like take a break today and just draw a massive shield.
It's really long. I mean, it's good, but it's really long. And I also think it's bigger in person than it is on film, which is not always the case for California skate spots. A lot of the spots out here are actually easier to skate in person than
Or maybe we could do a little buckler. What about like a huge sword but a little buckler? Darn, I just already made it. Fudge.
There's a reason you don't see people do kickback as a transition. That makes no sense. And going over that cradle is very difficult. By no means am I like a transition dude. But like I've done like front smiths and stuff.
We could do it like that. Like huge sword, small little shield.
He's also, I could be wrong, but I think he's the first person to legitimately dark slide a handrail. Like caveman dark
Wow,
slide.
I've never seen anybody dark slide a handrail.
Fabricator rails.
Dude, that's crazy.
There's like 6
Wow.
rails at that spot. The main one people skate is this
That's
one,
insane.
and then the little force one at the bottom. This one's legit. Like, I want to say.
It's weird how he dark slid it because he didn't have both of his feet on both the sides of the trucks. He has like one foot on one truck.
Crack at the top of the button. I mean, you can see it's popping, but you feel him. What else does he have in this part? I forget what there is. I just like chopped this up and I forget what it's under. Oh, I think it's the John Cardiel rail. I'm not positive if it's the rail that John Cardiel tried. That was like a big deal in San Francisco. This one right here. But I think it is. Because otherwise it's just like a really random, scary looking kink rail. I feel like there's more significance to it than just being a very buff rail.
Are you going to bed
That's
yet?
what the John Cardiel tried to hit in
Put it on low.
some video part, and he just kind of broke off. And so, to have like a legendary skater like John Cardiel and have it be like this unfinished trick and then to go do it, I think is pretty incredible. And yeah, he's not.
Alright.
You can't really put Wes Kramer in any box. You can point out the way that he skates, but you can't point out like the specific thing that he skates. He hits everything. Big rails, big gaps, flips his board, tech tricks, manual stuff. I mean, he does it all. It's transition. What didn't he do? If he jumped the mega ramp, I would be excited, but probably not surprised. That's the end of the video.
Most people have no clue that in
Sure, I should do that little
the best
shield.
way to make money on Amazon is not with physical product.
Let's see here. What should we watch? Just put on. I like just putting these on for like background noise. Let's see here. Which one? I guess we haven't watched this one.
I think we're legitimately having like time trials in this thing. This place is super fun. I wonder how much rough it got since I last was here. Oh, it's legitimately like a time trial race. A lot of cruiser boards. I wonder if anyone has training wheels.
I already feel like I already kind of went too deep into this thumbnail, but it's okay.
See a little bit of air on each of them. Come on, everybody, let's get one pump, dude. Just one pump. That's all we want. It's one pump from you guys. Do a little time trials on the new wheel, did it?
I'm not sure how we should do the shield though.
Zipping around on the wheels. Who's gonna win, dude? We should have them race. Yeah.
Air's still working? Air's working.
You just out of the gas. Oh, yeah, it'll burn your legs out. That's harder than skating a spot.
It's fun, but man,
It's like cardio for skateboarding.
yeah, if you haven't skated for like a week or two,
That's the one that Victor Hart flipped.
Alright. Let's send it. Oh, what's up?
Welcome. We're drawing a little character right there. I don't know what one we're really doing. We're doing some salt.
Like the humps almost aren't far enough apart for him to like hump the way he wants. Laugh him! Laugh him!
How goes it?
How about the sword right here?
Big deck check, dude. Yeah, this one right here, that one's definitely possible. Yeah, math you could do. You said you accidentally almost ollied some kid. They're so quiet.
All we know is we're drawing a dude.
Yeah, there's a Euro.
How did you find this stream?
See, Isaac has those young legs, dude. He's gone around this thing like 10 times. Everyone else goes around once, they're like, I'm done.
We also make a little Bible. Just do it there.
Oh, yeah. That guy would have died. That guy would have killed him.
Kind of don't know if I should do the sword like that though.
Oh! I didn't even realize that one was even doable. They're all doable for Matthew, though. Like, you can just ollie every gap in a row.
How did you find this stream? How does everybody find these streams? Maybe we should just do a bike right here or something.
Oh, the manual bail was sick. Get in there. Get in. Oh, you lost speed. You gotta, like, give the kids in front of you, like, a pretty big head start to even try. Go get around them. Or not.
When it comes to your wellness routine, the details are
We could do like a shepherd night.
with plant-based.
That's what we might do. We might do like a shepherd night.
Having to go down right now.
Oh, Mount Moriah. Okay. Cool.
Alright, so you guys see this? This is basically our little thumbnail. Now some artists do like some wild thumbnails, like they go like really into them, you know? But sometimes they take up a lot of time, so... Which I guess that's why you do the thumbnails, to actually save time sometimes. But sometimes it actually takes more time, because then you start changing a whole bunch of stuff. We might do, I don't know about this sword, we might make that like a staff or a club or something. Basically, we're gonna draw though. Alright, let's send it. We're gonna try and build this up. What was today's Bible study on? Oh yeah, it was on hidden treasures. Huh. Hidden treasures. Oh man, that thing got all dirty. I'm going to turn off the viewer thing. I do not like seeing the viewer thing.
I'm watching, man. I'm focused on you, Landon.
Let's see here, travelers. How should I do this? We might even just do a shield. Yeah, I guess, I mean, we could do it like an easier one. Because if we do like a bigger shield, I like kind of doing the bigger shield because you don't have to draw as much. So we might just do that because we kind of want an easy day. Let's do this. Let's zoom this out. There we go. Alrighty, let's send it, everybody. Kind of in the way. Let's see here. Should I push this out one more notch? Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to just figure out the proportion of this character. We'll just make some notches up in here. That's generally how I've been starting these characters out. So we'll say this is roughly where we kind of want the top of the character. So now, I've actually kind of changed my process now. This is actually making it way quicker if I just do it this way. So we're just going to go like this, and we're just going to see if it fits in here. See, we'll try that one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Wow, I got that down like first tee. I mean, I know we draw a lot of characters, but that one's fitting in pretty good. So this is kind of our like guide right here. So now what we're going to do is we're going to establish our line of action, which I guess this is kind of where we establish where the character is on the plane right here. Okay, so here's our line of action, which is kind of like the spine of the figure. Let me zoom it in one more. We're going to establish the 3 movable masses. Gigantic. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is we're going to establish the head, the torso, and then the pelvis now. We're just basically going to just think about this as like playing an RPG game. This is a little bit turned, so we're actually turning this pelvis just a little bit. So these are our 3 movable masses, the head, torso, and then the pelvis, established on this kind of graph thing right here. So another big landmark I do is the knees. So it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5.
The Atlantis transfer over their single ticket was ridiculous. I know I called it like ass, but holy shit. Bally's like a scary gap.
By the way, I apologize if there's any cursing. I do not. I can't control other people's languages, okay? But I'm surprised he's even cursing in these because I thought you get like demonetized or something if you do. I think I'm wrong. Maybe instead of like a giant sword, we'll just do a book. And then maybe like, I don't know. We can do so many different variations now. Because I know I have done like the giant sword thing, but...
Yeah, man. Imagine being 10 and having this near you. Have fun every day. I would love to be in the imagination of any one of these kids. Like, you know right now in their head they're like speaking 100 miles per hour, having the time of their lives. Like, that kid's about to win a contest that doesn't exist, and I can't wait for him to get the trophy. All these kids are about to have calves in the field. This is the future cross-country runners of the world.
We might just do a giant shield, so we don't have to draw as much.
Oh, hell yeah, you dominated too. This is the body shaming school. You're not under, I just took a test and it said that I was obese. This, journal says otherwise. We got John.
I think we're just going to do a shield like that. So the cool thing about doing the shield at times is see all of this stuff behind it. You really don't got to draw it as much, right? So it's kind of like a cheating way if you don't want to draw as much. You just throw a big shield right there, which I guess makes it a little easier, right?
Oh, no way.
I'm trying to think, how should we do this? I am not sure about the sword.
All of that to get to the end and just fall in the shove.
Art hacks. I guess I wouldn't say art hacks. I guess it's just not wanting to draw as much.
Dude, the way your wheels lock into that crack is so perfect. What size truck is it? 825? Yeah, if you have an 825 truck,
I'm just roughly establishing this stuff, by the way.
you are locked the hell in.
I'm not sure how we're gonna do this. I don't know if we're gonna do the gigantic sword because now I just realized like I kind of drew like a two-handed sword.
You gotta wait one more second. You're shoving too early. Just wait it out. Wait till you feel like it's too late and then shove.
The arm's huge.
You're going fast in that one too. Damn.
Do that.
For thousands of years, we have been at war. But before, we were enemies.
Well, they went like old style. It's pretty cool. So there is this thing that like, and there's this figure drawing artist named Andrew Loomis. He does like this weird pivot thing where you pivot. So see how this end of this biceps right here? You like pivot it over here. So like, okay, so end of the deltoid right there, you kind of like arc it right here. So it'd be like right there.
Yes.
I guess I almost got it right. Judas. Just mess around with some variations. Sword. Now this one, I have to be like careful how I draw this sword, right? Because like, I feel like if you just have the sword like there, you're kind of just chilling, right? But some people get a little tripped out when I draw certain poses of swords, so. Hidden treasures.
So here's the big debate going on. The big battle. A lot of drama going on top Rocker recently. Not recently, actually, in the past couple of years with Zach Doling and DeVille. So DeVille always wants people to put stickers on their nose, like the Ripper stickers. And Zach's like a lot of no-slide tricks, and stickers are sticky. And right now, he's doing no-slide knowledge without on his long leg with a sticker on his nose. But the argument isn't that you can't no-slide with a sticker. It just is clearly way more sticky to have a sticker on your nose. It is counterproductive for skateboarding to have a sticker on your nose. He has to re-wax his nose every time. You know when the thing starts tearing, all that stickiness underneath? It's gonna glob up, dude.
Not sure how I'm gonna put the Word of God. So the Word of God's supposed to be the sword. Something like that. Maybe this will be it. I'm still not really digging it too much, but that might work. Because I might put a bike. It sounds ridiculous, but we'll put a bike right here. Kind of fun to do. Go for it.
We got Nick coming over. We're just trying to direct him on how to get in. There's this ledge too. Really good curved ledge.
Let's go for it.
Nice. Trying to play with that rail over there. Oh, do you see more like kickflip?
That's kind of fun. I used to just do the characters just like that, you know, but then like the bike, it's just kind of fun to do. I kind of want to put maybe like, maybe this dude will be like a shepherd knight. Because I could just armor this guy out, but I think we might go like shepherd knight maybe. Yeah. All right, let's send it with this pencil. So this is like our commitment pencil. This pencil is kind of harder to erase, so we kind of have to just go with it. And I'm gonna put some music on, and we're gonna just watch some BMX videos now. So let's see here. Where is it? It does seem kind of lopsided. I might have to like bring this leg out a little bit more and push that one out. Okay, now I get to put some music on. So I'm going to open up another window and just play music right off this, because this will make it way easier for me to play music. Just playing it all on the computer.
Allows me to have that peace of mind no matter.
Right, let's do this. Let's go, let's go. Trying to speed this up. All right, so we have our key right here. Let's go with our line of action. The removable masses. Split that in half. This is a block. Trying to think about these as simple shapes. We're going to put our pelvis in, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 at 4. Let's think about that as a giant block of mass. Let's split the pelvis in half, like we split that in half. Or I guess not. We kind of like triangle split in half from this point down into the middle. From this, we're going to establish our knee landmark. So we go 1, 2. I guess it's hard to see that. Let me So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5. Landmark for the knee is at 5.5, depending on which key you're doing up in here. Different proportion sheets have different keys for different landmarks. So say like if you were to do like a Studio Ghibli character, the proportion key is a little bit different. They're generally on like a 5 or like a 4 head key. So we go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5.5. Just this line right here. Just gonna think about it that way. It's established that we're actually gonna push this leg out a little bit more because there's so much weight over here. There's something about Bridgman where he talks about the distribution of weight, which I guess the shield is kind of making it seem a little bit. We're actually gonna push this leg out a little bit more. Keep that one the same though. Does that look like it weighs down? It's kind of janky a little bit. Not sure if we're gonna do the shield still. We can still change it. We do have the option to change it. Okay, so we have this established right here. Let's think about this as a giant block of mass. So we're basically just thinking about blocks and circles, which this block is keyed in with this right here. Still not sure about this. We might actually even make the shield a little bit smaller. It's a little kind of huge, right? Yeah, so let's actually draw behind the shield as well. So we're gonna start with our deltoid. I'm gonna actually make it a little bit smaller. These arms are ginormous, huh? We're going to draw through the form. This is the hand. So we're actually going to make the shield, maybe we'll have the shield like that. Cut it maybe a little bit off on that side. So also what we're going to do is we're going to erase, so because this pencil, right, this is a Crayola colored pencil. I know it's kind of funny that we use the Crayola colored pencil. I actually really like them because of this process right here. It can work in layers. The only problem is now this Crayola colored pencil is kind of hard to erase. So now what we're going to do is we're going to erase this top pencil layer with some of these landmarks that we have established for this character. Just clean it up. Which I actually think I kind of liked. Maybe might actually push that leg back where it was. So, and the problem is now I can't erase it really good. Well, I guess you kind of can a little bit, but it's still marked right there. Yeah, let's commit to this shield. Let's just send it. So we know that this hand's right here, so we're gonna make the shield just a little bit smaller. And put a little notch in the shield right there. Let's clean this up. Making sure we kind of put our fingers right there, because if you don't do that, sometimes I've folded the paper with the eraser. It's a neat process. I know this process is actually weird. A lot of this process is actually stemmed from accidents that I've made. Accidents, experiments, learning from other people, taking advice from other artists and stuff like that. Okay, so we have this. This is basically almost permanent in here.
I think we actually, since we did that, we actually shrunk these proportions down a little bit. We're gonna kind of be a little bit more careful right now with these next ones up in here. Shrink it down just a little bit. Arcing, Andrew Loomis arcing technique right here. I actually think I made this arm a little bit too big. If we take that proportion right there, see, it's a little bit. So it's actually, and this is kind of like our test layer right here. Just kind of messing around. Still not sure. I really don't like that arm right there, but I don't know, we might have to commit to it. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna make this more of like a shepherd knight. You know, I've done so many characters where it was like, you know, we put a big shoulder pad, armor, and stuff like that, which we might do a little bit of that, but I think I kind of want to have like more of like a robe or something on it. Let's commit to this though. And I've messed a lot of this stuff up. Let's redo this. I got really dirty. This character seems kind of stiff. Home workout, what's up, bro? Head up, man. How goes it? Oops, I just hit the camera thing on accident. Bad. Thanks, dude. It's kind of crazy, man, that we're just doing these like BMX streams, Bible study. We're just putting it all together. Someone told me that it's kind of good with the onset of AI. So I was like, let's just keep doing it then. And I had changed this music. Let's see, what should we listen to? Thanks, man. Hopefully I could give glory to the Lord. How should we draw? I'm still not sure. So the cool thing about having this like test layer is you can kind of like experiment, right? Like see if I go on top of this, I can experiment and see what we're kind of going for. But I think we're gonna go with like maybe a cloak on this character. So we're gonna experiment real quick. Let's see if it'll work. Maybe like a cloak, but maybe like chainmail as well. I guess maybe we could think about it like that too, like a chainmail character. Huh. Think about this real quick. What have you guys been up to? What you been up to, home workout? looks like a paladin. It's kind of weird because we gotta think about the verses too. So we also need to put a breastplate in here. But see how this pencil, it's like almost we have like this layer. We're working kind of in this layer system, but this is like a traditional layer system. The only problem with this traditional layer system is that this green layer is kind of there. Like you can't like really get rid of it unless you want to redraw it. All right, let's see if we can draw a helmet. We're gonna draw a helmet on this dude. It's kind of weird. Sometimes drawing the helmets are actually like harder than drawing like a portrait. But see how you can like, that's why I like this technique, is because you can kind of like mess around and really just kind of explore designs and stuff. Kind of like that helmet a little bit. We also have to like make like a chest breastplate. All right. Okay, so I am kind of digging this stuff right here. This kind of looks like a somewhat generic paladin-ish. What we're gonna do now, I know it seems a little counterintuitive, but we're actually going to go and now establish again with this green pencil some of these lines that we've just done, and we're actually going to go back and erase some of this stuff as well. I'm digging this like these lines right here. Kind of digging this one. What is this? Where's our music at? There it is. Commercial. What should we listen to? Let's see here. Listen to this. All right, let's go. Okay, so we have our cloak. If you guys are actually wondering how we do the cloak, I can show you guys a diagram real quick. Now this goes into Bridgman as well. If you actually, the very last segment of Bridgman, it goes into this, right? So basically what we're drawing, right? So we have the 3 immovable masses. So say if this was the proportion guide, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7.5, right? 1, 2. So we're gonna do our 3 immovable masses, right? This is just a front pose right here. 1, 2, 3, 4 is at the end of the pelvis for this key of this character. So I guess I'll do it with a different color. We'll do it with like blue or something. I've looked into like how certain woolen robes were made. So a big one, I guess I wish I had another color. I don't, but I'm on right now. So there's kind of like these landmarks for the drapery, I should say, right? So imagine if this was a woolen cloak, let's say about that big, right? That's like the woolen cloak. This little dot right here indicates that this is going to go down like that, right? So we're going to push the woolen cloak like this. Now the second one is actually right here, where the belt is. Right here. And then what you do with the woolen cloak over here is you take these 2 edges right here and you throw them in just like that.
and these go down, and then that goes like that, and that's what creates that. So let's do it on the character, right? So we have the woolen cloak that goes over there, it goes around, it goes through the belt like this, and then that leaves that, it goes down like that, and then that kind of goes by the, and then that's how you make a woolen cloak out of a sheet of like a blanket or something. And you can actually do this in reality. It's actually kind of crazy. Now there's some different options you can do for that. Some people, you can take a rock. You can take a rock and then you can tie rope, you know, like have the rock in here, right here. If that was the rock. And then you get a piece of rope and you tie underneath the rock and you tie a little knot right there. And you can have it saved right there. And so these landmarks right here, I'd like to call them little landmarks. But the more you understand how drapery works, the more you can see how these folds work, right? There's a reason why these folds actually happen. Now, I used to not know that, right? I used to be like, oh, well, you know, just random folds, right? But there's actually a physics. There's physics on why these folds are like how they are. Now, I don't know exactly all of the physics of how everything operates, but this gives you a little bit more of an information of, okay, so that's why the folds are like that. That's why there's those folds. That's how that works. Yeah. But also then you can think about the anatomy underneath all of this stuff too. And you can even see it if we were even to watch some of these. Most normal clothing now, it's kind of just it's very simplified, right? But even like this homeless guy right here, you can see how he had that blanket draped over him. There's a reason why things operate the way they do, a little bit. All right, let's do this. Okay, so let's do this one. I don't know, and also generally you don't have to do a rock because there is called a clothing pin thing. And I learned this from Bridgman, by the way. It's not like I just made that up. It's like I learned this technique. Well, not the drawing, what I'm doing with the materials, but you know, the drapery thing. There's a reason why if you study Bridgman, if you copy the entire Bridgman book, there's a reason why at the very, very end, that's where he has drapery. Is because once we understand the fundamentals of how we construct a figure, then we can understand how drapery works and how certain things are operating on why certain things are the way they are. And this is also what animators and stuff do too. They understand all these concepts. They understand it very crazy. If you're in animation, you have to get in the point where you know why that fold is moving the way it is. It's kind of crazy. Okay, so here's that one landmark we made, which is, I think, is just going to be a clothespin with a little cross in it. This is the second landmark, which is going to be probably just like a rope thing. With some crosses. So this one, so it goes, we can imagine that blanket thing. So the blanket goes behind him, it goes through it, it goes under here, and then see this little line right here, it goes through underneath the belt and then comes out over here. And this is just for this robe thing, which this guy has a robe and armor on.
I really need to study this more. Your explanations made it sound interesting. Yeah, I mean, that's the crazy thing, is because, like, this is kind of why I like drawing the characters so much, is because it kind of feels like an RPG game, right? So it's like, when we establish the character, you know, it's like playing an RPG game. It's like, oh, well, we gotta, like, grind that boss to get that armor piece or something like that, right? And what's really cool is the more we study things, the more you understand, right? So, like, you know, even thinking about this helmet, right? There's different styles of helmets. There's different styles of shields, which there's so much to learn. Like, I think the kite shield started happening because of cavalry, like the mounted horsemen. I'm not exactly sure why, but there's actually a reason why shields started going into a point, right? Because there's also, like, shields that were, like, giant round shields. There was, like, little bucklers. And there's these reasonings for why they started doing it like that. It's not like they're like, oh, that looks cool right there, which maybe, I mean, I guess there are some things that were like that where they were like, oh, that looks cool. But sometimes a lot of these design principles, what they started implementing was actually for a purpose, which I still don't know a lot of times. Like, I don't really know why the kite shield was there. There is some hypotheses of, if you see some of the knights, they would wear something called a tabard, or they would wear, like, a robe outside of their armor. And there's, like, some hypotheses of why they did that. One of the hypotheses that I heard was that if you wore, like, a wool, or like a kind of like a tabard on top of your armor, it would actually also protect the armor from getting rusted. Rusting was a very important thing because, you know, you're sitting there buffing your armor all the time. But not only that, but also it could make you cooler in terms of, like, having the sun beat down on you all day. Something like that, I don't know. That's what I heard on one of those, like, historical LARPer people. And I guess I wouldn't call him a LARPer. He's, like, straight up like a straight up historical reenactment guy. Okay, what am I doing here? Oh yeah. So let's actually erase some of the stuff. And we're gonna work on this helmet now. Now we're gonna, like, craft this helmet. And see how we have a lot of these lines saved? Now this is our finalized pencil layer right here that we're gonna go into. This all sounds so interesting. Yeah, it's pretty fun sometimes. Okay, so let's see here. I think I just kind of want to do a simple helmet. We're just playing an RPG game, everybody. Let's see here. So I think I'm going to redo that. That did not work. Nope, that did not work at all. Sometimes we have to redo it and redo it and redo it and redo it. Sometimes these things are challenging to get. It's like, you gotta, I think about this part as like you're grinding something like in a video game. And, like, the thing about how we're drawing right now is these things can get very, very subtle. Like, a little line can change a lot of the characteristics of things. I still don't know if I like that. I honestly think I got that proportion wrong. I mean, not proportion, but the perspective wrong on this helmet. We could put wings on this helmet too. I don't think we're going to. The only I do is might just do the simple one. I just put like a halo. See, it's weird because his head's like kind of tilted a little bit, so I'm like, should I do the halo a little tilted, or I don't know. I don't even, that looks kind of cheesy, but I don't know. I think I actually need to redo that. His eyes right there, but I don't know. This is just the struggle. Sometimes these turn out really cringy too, so, but sometimes it's just like, you just kind of got to go with it sometimes. Okay, let's do this little buckle. Actually, let's start erasing some of this stuff. And let's actually go in with this green pencil with this sword. I still don't really know. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to do like the plant sword. So you gotta think about this as an RPG game. I'm also gonna have to put a heart on that sword because we're also called to love our enemies. I know it sounds crazy, but you're called to love our enemies, everybody. You know, I'm just gonna put the plant sword right now. Looks maybe at least a little less threatening. We'll put hearts on it or something. So this one goes, wait, I got confused. Okay, so this one goes over, under, over. This one goes under, over. Something like that. I don't know. It looks kind of cheesy, everybody. I'm trying, alright. Something like that. I also like to try and just do these in one sitting too, so sometimes some of them, a lot of them have turned out very, very cringy. Sometimes we just gotta go through the cringe. Okay, so here's actually another thing that I've learned from another believer that was an artist. His name was Brad Rigney. He said to work on the hardest parts first, which what he was saying was to work on the head and then the hands, right? Which we actually get to take a little bit of a break today because we have that hand hidden, but we did establish it a little bit. Let's work on this hard part, is this hand right here. Because it's actually somewhat easier because we've done so many hands in this position, so. I think we're gonna have chainmail right here.
So much art wisdom. Maybe, I don't know, you gotta take everything I say with a grain of salt, right? But this is what I'm thinking about, though. Okay, let's work on some of this other stuff. Now I get to think we'll work on. Still not sure about this helmet. This helmet looks a little bland, but I might go with it. We actually might like put a little flange on it. Let's actually put a little flange on it. And so see how we did this little flange right here? This little, I forgot what it's called. What's that called? A little, it actually has a word in the armor, like smithing thing. We can take a little bit of these elements and now add them into other parts of the armor. Or maybe taking this size of the flange and then putting that same size of the flange like right here. Look, this guy does the trick that I've been doing. I almost landed this today. This guy right here. Thomas. This guy's the only guy that has a funky chicken how-to on YouTube. We almost landed this today. Bro, that's a hard trick. I think it's hard anyway, but that dude's ripped too. Look at that. Dang. It's such a hard trick, bro. Oh my goodness. See, there is a way where you land it, like you do the tail whip and you just land both tires. But the real way to land it is you do the tail whip and then you go back into a funky chicken. I think that's how he lands it when he does it again. Right here. See, that's how you should be doing it. Funky chicken, tail whip into another funky chicken. That's gnarly. Shout out to Thomas. Guy's a G. Alright, let's do this little clip thing for the woolen blanket robe thing. Put a little cross in there. Look, we already have a bunch of crosses. We got a cross right there. We got three. We already got 4 crosses in here. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let's establish this one. Okay, let's draw this sword. It's getting a little funkified right there. This is going to get very complex because there's like the plant thing's going to be kind of hard. But we're also going to put like little hearts outside of it because I know this guy looks kind of threatening. But we have to somehow... See, this is actually the hard part what I've actually been struggling with. How do you draw like a meek armor of God character, but also how do we establish that we're supposed to love our enemies at the same time? Honestly, I kind of don't even like how he's holding the sword like that, because that looks even kind of threatening. It's weird, because I've had critiques and it's totally changed like how I like see things now. They're like, you shouldn't be drawing it like that. It's promoting violence. How do you guys want me to do it? Can you guys show me how to do it then? How do I not promote violence and still give God glory? When so much of media entertainment is about that, right? It's like, I don't know, how do you guys want me to do it? I can't make all you guys happy. I kind of feel like I messed that axis up for that sword. Okay, where's the music? We need more music. Let's see here. Let's listen to... Yeah, I think this axis of this sword's off. Oh, I think I keep messing up. It's actually kind of hard to do right there. It's a little challenging right there. Get help. Huh. Oops. Let's put just the randomize. I'm just randomize these videos. Okay. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Okay, so then this one goes under, this one goes under and then over. This is very confusing right here. I'm still not sure about the halo either. Should we do the halo or no halo? Let's send it. Oh, let's do it. Where are we at? We're at 5 hours. Okay. We're still in the clear. Now we just gotta go with it. That's a very confusing area right there. That's very, very confusing, actually. Now that I don't really know how we would really do. Like having his sword rest on this. Okay, let's erase some of this stuff. There are these little pencil lines right here. It's crazy that you're just watching this stream, huh? I feel like not a lot of people watch the drawing segment of the stream because it's kind of slow and boring. For me, it's not really boring. For me, it feels like I'm playing like WoW or something. Or like a video game. That's how I see it. Alright, see this little flange right here? The size of this flange, we're going to put that flange right up in here. See how these are kind of similar sizes right here? It kind of gives a little bit of a unity for the armor. Let's put a little bit of like indication for the chainmail. Just a little bit. This is supposed to be chainmail right here. You love watching the drawing process? Well, you've come to the right place then, because try and draw a lot. There's actually a good chunk of time where I got burnt out of drawing, but change the music. Let's go to a new zone. Yeah, I was burned out earlier this week, but I'm slowly getting back around to it. I think what's actually helped me is actually just having this little chunk of time where I'm just like, okay, we're going to draw even if I feel like not drawing. Because that's kind of gotten me... It's kind of weird because there's been days where it's like I didn't actually really want to draw, but then just because I drew and then I actually ended up like drawing something I actually liked. It's kind of interesting. Okay, I got confused with this leaf thing. Okay, so it goes under. Okay, so this one goes over. We did right there. Are we a part of the vine, everybody? Alright, I'm going to put little hearts up in here so people won't get tripped out. Or actually, maybe what we should do is we'll put like a rounded hilt right here and I'll put a heart in it. And then people, if anybody says, well, I'm promoting violence, then I'm going to be like, alright, well, we put a little heart right up in there. Oops, I totally messed it up. Darn, actually, I kind of don't like it like that. Take that one out. Darn, I kind of like put that in there pretty heavy. I think what we'll do is we'll put little hearts for the fruits or something. Like the fruit of the spirit or something. I guess that makes more sense, fruit of the spirit.
Let's draw the little Bible right there. Oh, we could put a little chain down here too. Clean this stuff up. See, this technique that we're doing though, it's kind of nice because like it's like a clean up, establish, clean up, establish. You just kind of have to make sure you kind of remember, you know, which lines you establish. Like see how like there's all these little, see how like there's these little lines right here. You know, we can just, but since we established that green layer, we can kind of like, okay, well, we have that permanent layer kind of, and then we go back into it. There are some artists too, what they do, especially like some inkers, is they'll work from like here and then they work down like this, right? Because, you know, sometimes they don't want to like smear some ink or something. So some artists actually do work top or top left to bottom right. I don't really do that because I do use like a little hand thing, which I'll put my hand right there if I, like what I'll do probably when I start drawing the bike. It's always weird. All right, let's go. I kind of want to put like some bracelets right here. I mean, see, here's the other thing is like, you can put so many crosses. It's so easy to put like crosses and stuff. Like, see, like, it's just so easy. It's so crazy, like how easy it is to put crosses and stuff. But yeah, it's such a controversial thing, right? For like companies to do. And I think it's kind of fun. I honestly like finding crosses now. I've been wanting to actually make a list of every single video game that has at least one cross in it. And it'd be cool to like present it to the Lord, be like, Lord, I have found all the crosses and Bible verses in all the video games. The list, I don't know if the list would be very long, honestly, but maybe there's probably a bunch hidden somewhere. I like to put little nicks right there, you know, like it's like a well-used little Bible. There's little nicks and stuff in it. Oh, this writer's really cool right here. Did I already pass it? Why did it start in the middle? I really like this video. Oops. What was that? Oh, there it is. I've seen cross motifs before, but most of them were smaller kind without the extended end. Huh. That was a cross that, you know, some people would use. There's a whole bunch of different types of crosses and stuff. I don't really know the lore to a lot of them. I'm putting little bookmarks in here. Sorry, I got that part wrong right there. Oh, fudge, I messed that up. We actually haven't used this pencil or I guess this eraser right here. This is actually another thing I use, which is actually the first time I'm using it on this drawing right here. It's this Mono Zero little pencil. See how I kind of didn't go into that little axis of that book right there, which I should have right there. Which I didn't. This is like a little mechanical pencil, but it's an eraser. Put little bookmarks. Basically going from that middle of the book out. That's a cool little tome. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put little metal things on this one. Little like corner savers. Yeah, and if you want to know all the tech tools we're using, these are all the tools for, I guess for this drawing right here. This right here is a Crayola colored pencil. This is the yellow-green Crayola colored pencil. Just normal, not the erasable colored pencils. It's just the normal colored pencil. This is the Mono Zero 0.23. I'm wondering if you can get a smaller one. This is the smallest one that I found at Michael's. And then this is actually a new item that I have started using, which it saved me a lot of time and a lot of hassle. This is the break resistant clear point 0.5. You can get this at Walmart, or the Walmart that I'm at. This one you can't find at Walmart, or you gotta get this one at an art store. This one you can find at Walmart. This is a Papermate. But the cool thing about this one is this one has like a spring in it. See how there's like, I don't know if you can see that, but there's like a little spring. The pencils I used to just use these ones. Most of my drawings I did just use these ones, but the thing is that this one doesn't have a spring in it, and I would just like start drawing and the lead just breaks, and you know, it kind of frustrates me. Or sometimes it'd even like scare me. I'd like be drawing, it's like oh yeah, this is the Joel Schauhorn guy. This is the guy that I saw do that like track stand no hander thing that I was trying today. He's the first one that I saw doing it. This dude's a very underrated rider. Because I've been like trying to learn some of his tricks because I saw him doing like cliffhangers and stuff. I was like, oh, it shouldn't be that hard. And then yeah, I've been trying them. I'm like, holy moly, that stuff is actually hard. Like very, very hard actually. A lot harder than I actually thought.
Little crosses. Actually, I need to put a little ridge on that. See how there's like this little ridge right here? There actually needs to be a little ridge right up in there. Just that. Now there would be a cross underneath his armor right there, but we're not going to put that because you can't really see it. We are going to put some chainmail. So this is like the breastplate. I'm trying to think about helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth. We haven't done the boots of the gospel of peace yet. Sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God, which is also producing the fruits of the Spirit, which is love, joy, peace, patience. Oh, I forgot to put a peace sign. Here, let's put a peace sign. Actually, maybe we'll put a peace sign right there. That actually might be interesting, because we are called to like be peacemakers or something. Now that is interesting. Having a peace sign on the sword. That way if anybody says, I'm promoting violence, well, what's that right there? That's funny. Okay, let's change the music. Let's go to a new zone, everybody. Which one shall we put on now?
New Glade Plugins Plus with Scent Notice technology, expertly designed to reduce nose dryness.
Oh my god, the dodos again! Get him! Oh my god, the dodos are ruthless.
Okay, what are we doing here? I did put a little notch up in there. There we go, a little notch right there. This is the pinky. Now another thing I forgot to mention that some artists do, I really don't do it very good, but some artists, they use like line weight, right? And so what they'll do is like, they'll already establish where the light source is coming from. And then they'll actually like thicken some of these lines. I try and do it a little bit, but I'm not very, very good at it. But some artists are really, they really exploit it. And it's really interesting to see. Well, they'll already establish the light source and they'll be like, oh, well, I'm just going to darken this line down here because that's the shadow right there. I think that's just pretty cool. It's very hard to do though, sometimes. Sometimes I just totally forget. Okay, let's do the belt. Just the rope. We're also gonna put little, because he's wearing chainmail right here. And the rope goes right down. Yeah, there are a lot of techniques. The other thing is that this is just how I do it, right? You can get the same thing
with way different techniques, right? This is just how I do it, right? So, because some artists, like there's some gnarly artists out there that don't even do like the construction layer. They go like straight into it. Like they just do like the finalized layer on the first go. That stuff's crazy. Okay, so let's follow this line through right there. I'm gonna put, and see how we have this little ridge right here? Let's put a little ridge on this like woolen robe thing. Because I kind of like doing that, because I kind of like, I can kind of like finalize that part at the bottom. See how there's this little line that goes, actually this one needs to go like that. See how there's this line that goes right here? Let's go. And this one, let's go like that. Push another one. Now what I also like to do is I've been liking to just put like these little notch, to see how like this is actually where the knee is. I've been liking to do like stuff like this where it's just like, oh well, yeah, if you were wearing like this robe and you were kneeling down a lot and stuff, like where do you think it would start like wearing out and stuff? Well, it'd probably start wearing out like on the knee a lot, right? So, you know, thinking about like him like repairing his armor. Make these little, you know, little things up. This character's kind of cool. He's kind of husky. He's a husky character up in here. I feel like he could hold his own. I think he could hold his own up against a demon. A demon, a devil. Let's actually work on the boots. Let's see, what are we going to do for the boots? We got some experience. We got some battle scars. I guess maybe not battle scars, but spiritual battle scars. Do this boot right here. See this little ridge? We're putting a little ridge right here. I see how this is kind of like rounded. I kind of want to take a little element of that. So that's actually something I kind of forgot to mention too. See how this like armor piece is like kind of rounded? Well, we can kind of like think about putting a little bit of roundedness right there. Thinking that this is a plate, this is a plate. We can maybe think that maybe something like this would be rounded up in here now. Something like that. A little bit rounded. Put in this little ridge right here. Thinking we could put something like that up in there, a little ridge. Good little boot. Good little boot. Okay, so now I guess this is kind of a challenging part. It's like when you do one boot, you kind of have to do it on this side. We also forgot we got to put a little peace sign up in here too. Maybe I'll do it on this one. So see how we have this little sector right here? think about this. I kind of like to try and do that first part first right here. We're going to put a peace sign in here because these are called to be the boots of peace. This song is cool. It's like weird. I always thought this song was really weird. Like it's just kind of eerie, but also like you're intrigued. Like you want to explore. Now we got the shield to do. I kind of messed up that little sector right there. Good thing it's not ink though. We can redo it. For the best. There we go. That looks a little more even. Let's push it out. Let's put a little neck in here. I think the necks are kind of fun. Like right there. Kind of reminds me of like the graffiti stuff. Maybe put a little crack in there. Like he blocked a blow, like someone was trying to freaking chop his head off or something. Yeah. And then we take this pencil again. And we will. I kind of want to like put like stars and stuff on this one, because this is like the shield of faith. There's this one Daniel verse, I'm pretty sure. It says something like, those who lead people to righteousness will like shine like the stars or something like that. I thought that one was kind of cool. I actually haven't done that one in a while, so we're gonna put like little stars. The stars are like little crosses. I think it's a spirit shield. This character's it's kind of coming to fruition now, huh? I almost kind of want to have like this shield almost like look like it's like kind of like ethereal or something. I don't know. How can we do that? What time are we at? 5:47. Okay, darn. Sometimes I do these characters pretty fast, but sometimes it takes me a while. This one actually did kind of work out a bit, just because these ones are a bit easier to do compared to like a kind of a bit more of a harder character where I have to kind of think about it more.
It's kind of more like easy mode-ish, because I've just drawn so many knights before. I don't know about the ethereal thing. No, how do you draw like something like ethereal looking? How do you draw something ethereal looking? Man, the WoW music was so good. Like there was like an entire orchestra for the WoW music. How would I make this like ethereal looking? See, with paint you could do it like, you know, you can kind of like have it like wispy at the top, but I don't know how to do that like that. Maybe we'll just have like some stars and stuff after. Kind of have like some stars like kind of going off. Like, you know, like when you like move the shield, there's like still like a little bit of like radiance. It's like the stars kind of like going. Pretty cool. All right, we're changing the zone. I need to change this music. Music weird. Let's see here. Let's go in here. I like these songs.
Today, not tomorrow, not next week.
Is this the right one? I don't think it is. Let's do it anyway. Okie dokie. Well, that was kind of fun. Welcome everybody to BMX Bible Adventures. This is the RPG module for real life, where we can somehow make disciples of all nations. Okay, let's draw the bike now. We got the character down. Let's draw the bicycle. Which is so hilarious. We get to draw a bike on this character. It's kind of fun though. So how we draw the bicycle is, since we have this proportion guide right here, what I like to do is I like to take the proportion of the shin right here, this little line. And then we kind of, you know, if we look at some of these guys up in here, we kind of generally notice that the shin is actually basically where the size of the 20-inch wheel is. It's a rough guesstimation of it. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get another drink.
Blank up, blank up, blank up.
Okay, what was I doing? Oh yeah, we're gonna draw the bike. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take this line because he's standing on this line right here. Just gonna push that out like so. Maybe push it a little bit farther in. Take this little proportion right there. Let's take this pencil and let's kind of quickly guide it in there, like we do with this one right here. And then we erase it, do a green one, erase that one, and then do a finalized layer. Okay, so we have to remember that the bars have to be somewhat in here somewhere. So let me just see what this is gonna. So what generally how I draw the bikes is we'll go one wheel, two wheel, and it's actually not exactly 3 circles. If you look at a BMX bike, depending on if it's like a flatland bike or something, it's actually like a little bit less than just exactly 3 circles. And let's just quickly rough this in. So then we block this in. We make this like a giant cube, or rectangle, not a cube, never mind, not a cube. Rectangle, or I guess this is a cube right here. We cut this cube in half like this. We cut that cube in half like this, and this is actually where the middle of the hub is. And then we can figure out that that's where the fork is. And then with the fork, we figure out that, and then we figure out the stem. Kind of like what I was showing you in the garage. And then from here, we can figure out the bars. Which I don't know if that... maybe we'll have I gotta think, what kind of bars should we have on this? I kind of want to do like normal bars. Just there's a little bit more relatability. Just normal looking geometry-ish. Okay. The soundtrack's actually amazing. Okay, so from here we have established this thing, or the bars, and that. Next we're going to go into figuring out where the seat post is, or the seat tube is. Which the seat tube, if we were to imagine that this is... also thinking about the geometry of the fork, we can think that this looks like maybe he, because let's see here, because that would be 0. There's 0 degree. This would probably be like a 5, 15, maybe 15 offset. Then we go. Here's the next. I've like talked so much. I'm like I don't even know how to talk anymore. So it's 3. We find the seat tube. It's roughly a little less than where the tire is, if you were to see a BMX bike. And that is where the seat tube is. Maybe a little less, but then we also think, okay, where are the cranks? So the cranks would probably be like right here. Wait, did I get that wrong? I think I did. Huh. Okay, so let's think about this as terms of the down tube. That's just a straight line right here. Then we have this. I always like get this little segment right here wrong. There's always something a little janky up in here I do. There's always something janky. I think I pushed it up too high. Yeah. That's basically how I draw these bikes anyway. But I always mess up a lot of this stuff, so. feel like, what did I mess up? I think it's this right here. This bike look all weird. Oh, it's because of this right here. This needs to be closer in. That's where I messed it up. Okay, that needs to be closer in like that. Then that gets pushed like that. This top tube's way too high. That's the bottom bracket. Okay, I think we got it down, everybody, somewhat. I know my bike drawing skills is probably not mechanical design worthy, but you can somewhat draw it like that. And it's kind of fun. It does set the tone of this character now, because I'm like, man, it's so cool that you can like draw a character, but then also put a bicycle in there, because I like bikes, so. And the Paladin, you know, if you think about the Paladin lore, what do the Paladins get? The Paladins get a mount. So it's like almost like the mount, but it's like the modern day mount. Something like that. Let's try this out. I also want to say, you do not need to watch this entire stream. I feel bad for people that are like just watching the stream, because like the stuff probably seems super boring. He needs a way to go around and spread the word to people. Amen. That is exactly the case. Okay, so now what we're going to do, just like we did with this character, we're going to go on top and establish the stuff, and then we're going to erase this pencil and then go back with our finalized pencil. Tires are always the hardest part, I feel like. I'm actually going to change it to BMX Streets right now, because I'm drawing a BMX bike, alright? BMX. Oh, there's 31 viewers. Someone's playing BMX Streets. I wonder who it is. Somebody is. Well, now we're in it too. Am I cool enough, everybody, to be a part of the BMX scene? It really just people just think I'm crazy, but oh well. Is the guy gonna be pegged? No, this guy's gonna have pegs. The guy's gonna have pegs. Blanket. Okay, let's change the music. Or should we just keep listening to this? Yeah, let's keep listening. It's just peaceful music. This guy's gonna be rakeless. Actually, maybe he'll have just one straight cable and we can have like it look like the vine. Like, are you a part of the vine? Are you stewarding everything for the Lord? Okie dokie. Establish the bars. And see how the bars are kind of like this too. I also am kind of thinking, see how like even the book, see how this line and that line's kind of like that.
and how the bars are kind of like that too, and how this little line and that little line's kind of like that too. I'm trying to kind of think about the perspective, but I'm going to be honest, I don't like, there is a mathematical solution that you can like, you know, totally exactly figure out all the math for all of this stuff, but a lot of this stuff I just start guessing. I'm just like, because the problem about, for me personally, when I start mapping out the perspective a lot, is that it gets me like very confused, because I'm just like, oh, and I have to be like super exact sometimes. Okay, we're gonna establish this top tube now. That. Down tube. This frame is humongous. That's fine. And see actually how that's actually where I messed it up. Well, I guess not really messed it up, but like, see how I did this circle right here and then did another circle? The other one should actually be like right there. That. I made it a little bit too, almost like 3, but so this frame's actually pretty huge. He's running a pretty big sprocket. This part is actually probably the hardest part for me to draw on bikes. It's because like it goes out, so it's like a triangle, but also it like bows out into the dropouts, which that looks terrible, but oh well. Yeah, I messed that up, oh well. Oops, I totally messed that up. Okay. Little chain. There we go. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we're going to erase all this pencil stuff and then go over with the finalized pencil. And see how this one stays? That is the power of the Crayola pencil, everybody. The very pencil that people hate on. That's the most funny part about it all, you know, it's like... That's actually what tripped me out too, because once I figured that out, I was like, are you kidding me? What in the world? Like, it's almost like we're reverting back to everything that, well, maybe not, or when I figured it out, I was like, what in the world? Like, it's almost like everything I've learned from like other artists and stuff, and you know, no one has ever ever showed me to use a little colored pencil. Why I started using the colored pencil was actually, I saw some people using a non-photo blue colored pencil, right? A lot of the animator people would use the non-photo color blue. And then there was this weird time where I just like found some colored pencils on the ground. Like I was like riding my bike and I just found like some colored pencils. And I just started using them, and they were just Crayola colored pencils. And then like I just started getting used to it. And the art store that I went to looking for the non-photo blue pencils, they didn't have any non-photo blue pencils, so then I just started just using the Crayola colored pencils. And then here I am now. Okay, let's draw them out now. I think we've established this. Now the problem is, I also have to say, if you put this, sometimes you have to be kind of careful your pressure sensitivity when you use this pencil and then put that on top, because see how this pencil actually got kind of trapped underneath this a little bit, like see right there, and even though I try and erase, it's like trapped underneath that, because like, so you gotta be a little bit careful.
Man, this rider's crazy. That's the thing is, man, these guys make it look so easy. Like, this combo that this dude just did is so hard. Like, I can't even do one. I guess I could do that, kind of. But, oh my goodness, he just did a, look at that. That dude just did a fakey whiplash to fakey pedal hang 5, outside pedal hang 5. What is this dude on, bro? Like, some of these guys, like, I'm just like, how long has this guy been riding his bike? Because, like, this guy has probably been doing flatline for, I'm going to have to say, at least 10 years. Because in order to get to that level right there, holy moly, that guy is a very high level flatliner right there. Especially doing that, like, that double footed stuff that he's doing right there. The double footed stuff is kind of weird because it looks easy, like that right there. Because you're like, oh, he's not moving that much, right? But it's actually extremely hard. Like, it's so hard because you don't have that leg dangling off for balance. Who is this? I think this is Vicky Gomez. Yeah, this is early Vicky Gomez right here. Which is crazy. This dude's actually still riding to this day. Man. It's so crazy seeing how he rides now. Wait, is this all Vicky Gomez? I'm wondering if this is all just Vicky Gomez. Man, I've been trying to learn that trick right there. Just even that one little trick, and I can't even do it. This dude just did like a 20-point combo right there. Anyway, let's keep drawing. I'm getting distracted. The writing's just so gnarly. Man, dude, it's actually insane, dude. I'm like, holy moly, dude. Like, a lot of these tricks are just so hard. Like, oh my goodness, that was insanity right there. Like, some of these tricks are just in insanity level, where it's just like I feel like some of the flatland stuff, people don't even realize how hard it is. But after like trying to learn flatland, now I see the tricks that are like, I'm like, holy moly, that is insane, bro. Like, how in the world does someone even learn something like that? Anyway. Crazy individuals, man. Bikes are gnarly. I guess everything's gnarly in some degree, but... yeah, it kind of is almost like dancing. There's actually this one dude, his name's Ahmed Johnson. One of the first flatlanders that I met. Hello, Jimi Hendrix. How are you? How are you tired of playing guitar? Is that why you're doing art right now? Well, honestly, if I will be honest, I am kind of on a time limit with how much I can ride because there are neighbors that live right next to me. I know it does seem like I live like in the middle of nowhere, which I kind of do live a little bit more isolated than, I guess, a city life. I'm a little bit more isolated than a city folk, you know? But the thing is, I do have a neighbor that lives right next to me, and they wake up like super early, so I would actually, I would actually keep riding for longer periods of time. It's just, I gotta be a little bit more quiet, because I don't want to because if I bang my bike, even though I'm in the garage, I'm pretty sure when I slam my bike down, you can probably hear it from the neighbor's house. So, just common courtesy. What are you doing, Fufu? How you doing, brother? Brotherino. Brother of the Lord, the faith. Okay, what am I doing? I totally got distracted.
What was I doing here? Oh yeah, we're gonna do the forks. I generally like to start with the forks for some reason. I don't know why. Now, if you guys can tell me what fork that is, I will give you props. I'm gonna say it right now. That little design right there is very, very prominent for a certain set of forks. Which, if you know, you know. Forks are a little weird. Huh. What did you say? I know what it is? Do you know what it is? I can tell you what it is. It's a sect, which I actually don't know what that word means, I think. What does sect mean? S-E-C-T. I'm not sure. I think it means a denomination. I'm not sure, actually. What does sect mean? Let's look it up. I'm actually not sure what that means. What does that mean? I've never looked that word up. It's actually weird now I think about it. What does that even mean? What does sect mean? I don't even know. Oh my god, I did not know it was this. That's funny. A group of people with somewhat different religious beliefs, typically regarded as heretical from of a larger group of which they belong. Wow. Isn't there like sects of Christianity? I feel like that's something that some believers talk about. Sects of Christianity. Because wouldn't like every denominational difference just be a different sect? Oh, it is. That's so funny. Look at that. That is hilarious. Right? Because like, man, that's just so funny, dude. I just find that very funny. Sometimes I wonder if the Lord just like makes these little jokes in some degree. I mean, I guess I wouldn't call them a joke, but I don't know. It's just I kind of like find it kind of funny. I'm like, huh, that's kind of weird. You guys think that the Lord has a sense of humor? I'm not sure. I've heard that question being brought up on Reddit many times, and people do say that he does probably have a sense of humor. By the way, these wheels are the hardest part to draw right now. And I just do like ovals, like little circles. I don't like drawing the rim. That's actually what got me away from drawing bikes, is because if you draw the rim and then the spokes, all of that in there, it's like really, really confusing. So I just do a big circle right there. Like a specific group of something. Sect is like the word sector. This guy's gonna have some headset spacers. An interesting character though. I'd say it's a Paladin-esque character. Let's change the music. We gotta change the music now. I'm getting tired of these ones. I wish I could listen to non-copyright music, but what should we listen to? Let's see here. Listen to this. Okay.
By the way, I've used this thing as a hand thing. It's a sticker, Dogtown sticker. Okay, I put that right there. All these bars are kind of janky. They're a little thick, but I'm gonna have to redo that. Oh well. Maybe they're carbon fiber bars. There are these carbon fiber race bars that I was looking at, but it's weird. There's like a weight limit to them. When I was looking at it, they're like, you need to be a certain weight to ride these bars, and they're all like youth bars. I was like, whoa, that's weird. Okay, this bar's a little bit taller on this side, so I gotta like calibrate this. For some reason my light is flickering on me. And I think I got that bar wrong. Oh well. Does that look janky? That does look janky. Those things have some crazy upsweep. I gotta redo that. That thing looks weird. Man, it's hard to like get this even. Okay, that's why I didn't get it even, because I gotta like think about this. I guess that is kind of right how I had it. Bars are actually hard to draw. I feel like the hardest parts to draw on a bike is the bars, the wheels, and then this little sector right here. It's very, very confusing right at that little wishbone thing. And actually, I pushed this up too close. I actually just saw that picture of that sprocket that we just saw, that Rasta sprocket. This actually is a little bit too close. I actually should have pushed this seat post a little bit closer, but I can't really go back anymore. So we're just gonna have to commit to this, everybody. I'm wrong, bro. That's actually one reason why I like to draw these characters in one sitting, is because sometimes I've gotten like these crazy critiques, you know, and I'm just like, especially like if you get like a critique after you painted something or you worked on something for a long period of time, and you're just like, well, I worked on this for like weeks on end, and now you want me to change it, like. So now I just start doing things in like one sitting, to where it's like, okay, well, if I mess up and upset people, well, then I'm just going to try again tomorrow. That's how I think about it anyway. There's a gusset right here. Man, this tube's weird. It almost like bowed out. This bike's strange. This bike is a weird bike. The hardest part of the bike is everywhere, because some are weak on the wheels, some are weak on the handle, some are weak on other allies. For you, it's the handles. Yeah, there's a lot of geometry, right? Which I'm actually not good at mechanical design. There is like these, you know, like if you see like those old, it's crazy. There's like some really, really old drawings where people draw engines of cars and stuff like that. Bro, that stuff is insane because everything is like, they call it mechanical design because it's functional, right? And these mechanical designers, they draw it in a way that is functional, right? I know all of this. I mean, all this stuff is like, if I were to show this to a mechanical designer, they'd know exactly. You know, they'd be like, oh, well, because that's actually off right there. But the thing is that they use CAD. A lot of mechanical designers, they don't even draw things anymore. They just use it. They use this program called CAD, and it kind of just draws it for them. And you just get to like, oh, what kind of size do you want? And you just kind of like shrink and the size and stuff like that up. They cheat. I wouldn't say they cheat. It's just quicker, especially if you're wanting to just design a product and then put it out there. Oops. Man, I'm all off right now. I guess the cool thing is we get to add a character in here. That's kind of what makes it fun. Okay, this part's going to be hard right here. This is always such a strange little area right here. I don't know how is it kind of more like just like a straight line? I think it is. I think it's like a straight line and then it pushes out right there. Like kind of like, and then goes down like that. Oh, that's terrible right there. That's not how it is. Oh well. Wow, this bike's strange. It has such a small back end. This is like a 22-inch. Yeah, bro, that's like a 22-inch frame with like a 10 back end. They just go to the easy road, but someone that goes on the Broadway? Oh, maybe, man. Because I mean, a lot of the things that I consume are made in CAD and stuff like that. I think it's CAD. I don't know what program they're using nowadays. Oops, I totally messed that up. Oh well. Let's actually push that out a little bit more. This is a kind of an old school frame or something. Okay, we're almost on the home stretch, everybody. I totally messed that wheel up. Fudge. I'm just kind of rushing it at the moment because I'm hungry, tired. Being exact anymore. We'll give some credit to this company. It's the only company that's hooked it up. Well, I guess Golden Days has hooked it up as well, but in terms of like a company, this is the only company that's hooked it up. So I'll put a little Easter egg right here. It's not that hard to do. What is that? Oh, that's so funny. That just makes me laugh. Sometimes I ask the Lord, out of all the companies, Lord, that's the only company that's hooked it up. Well, I guess Golden Days is hooked up too, but I don't know if they're still a company really. Now what we could do is, I don't know if I am going to put some animals, because sometimes it just makes it a little cheesy. Because I know we did the squirrel the other day, maybe a raven, but now we're going to put the Bible verse and just kind of call it a day. Dino Chicken Nugs. What's up, man? What up, dude? I'll write a verse in here now. Let's push this over on this side. What class would this character be, everybody? The class is pretty obvious, really. Honestly, it's like, I feel like it would be like shepherd. It's like shepherd paladin, shepherd nature paladin, like plant paladin. And instead of killing people, he plants seeds in people and turns them into trees. He makes them into ants. Let's see if we can write a verse in here. I don't know if I should. I guess, yeah, we'll do it like that then. Maybe we can't. No, I'm not going to have enough room. Welcome, everybody, to BMX Bible Adventures, where you can be a part of the story, where we go out into the Great Commission and make disciples of all nations and proclaiming the gospel to every creature. Which, coincidentally, this guy is actually a believer right here. Whereas this guy is crazy right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, Dino Chicken Nugs, the last dinosaur, he's my friend in the whole wide world. Chicken Nug, the last dinosaur, shows me a world that I haven't seen before. Now, I'm going to be honest, sometimes I do think that, how crazy would it be if some people have actually fought in some dinosaurs, and that's kind of where, like, the dragon lore some stem from. Okay, we're going to go into Ephesians 6. Huh. Which one should we put in here? I think I always like to put that one in there. Therefore, take up the whole armor of God that you may be able to withstand in the evil day, and having done all to stand firm. That one's just generally the one I put in there. But also, this one's actually really good too. And take up the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. And then maybe I could put... Let's see here. Now, if I had more room in here, I would put multiple verses. That's the problem. I mean, I guess, let's see. Can I put this verse in here and then this fruit of the Spirit verse? Let's look at that one. So we have this one, which is this, and then we go into Galatians 5:22 through 23.
Where's Galatians at? Oh, here it is. Galatians 5:23-23. Galatians 5. Okay, so maybe we could put, with the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. Can we put that verse as well as this verse? I don't think so. It's not going to fit in there. Darn. I mean, man, I already kind of like made it like that too. And I guess maybe I could push it down like this. Yeah, let's do it like that. I mean, let's see if I can somehow erase this a little bit. Okay, I barely put it in there, but we can kind of erase it. Oop, oh darn, I just messed it up right there. The 80s were a strange time, huh? Can we change the music? We've been listening to this for a little bit too long now. If I can write these verses in here. I'm going to have to write this very, very tiny, everybody. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to fit it all in here. For some reason I write, I don't know, do you guys write at an angle? For some reason I write at an angle. Okay, we're going Ephesians 6:17. Sorry, everybody, if I'm not keeping up with the chat at the moment. I'm a little tired now. And take the helmet of salvation. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit. I guess I could write it all in there. I wrote it really, really tiny. Have you seen that one person that is writing the Bible? And the sword of the Spirit.
comma, which is the Word of God. Period. Oh, that's actually a comma. Okay. Okay, so then the next one is going to be Galatians 5:22. Galatians 5:22, everybody. This is the combo. Galatians 5:22. But the fruit of the Spirit Did I spell that right? G-A-L-A-T. Oh, I almost put a... Oh, darn, I messed it up. I misspelled it, I think. G-A... G-A-A-She-A-N-S. Wow, that's a weird word. Galatians 5:22. It's kind of off axis. Should maybe push it a little bit more that way. But the fruit of the Spirit. But the fruit of the Spirit, comma. Oh, there's not a comma right there. Gosh, man, that's why I wasn't very good in school, huh? Is love joy? Is love joy, peace, patience, comma, comma, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, and I'm not going to be able to write the rest of it. That's just 22. And sorry, I'm gonna catch up on the chat. My bad, everybody. If you guys can't tell, it takes me a long time to write things. There we go. Okay, let's see what we got talking about. What are you guys talking about up in here?
push the chat over here. Kind of crazy. Normally, there's been a lot more people talking lately. Let's see here. Oh, what happened to my chat? Did I just exit out of my own chat? There it is. My handwriting is squiggly. I don't have good handwriting, to be honest. You put your pencil between your index and major thumb. Do I? I don't know what I do. But I do know that I have this like bump right here. Like, look at this thing. It's like a writing blister in that thing. It's like that's the drawing blister right there. It's like straight up a callus. Like that whole thing's a callus. Well, I was, but anyhow, that's how I wrote when I was a kid until teachers wanted me to change. How's the stream been going, Jamie? It has been going very good. Actually, today's been pretty, the Bible study wasn't that hard, actually. It was actually one of those rare days where I didn't read a commentary. Yo, chicken, it would fit you well to try it because like the wishbone that comes to the chicken. Also, I can see that. Also, why would I never consider working in a seafood department? Any clue? Because I'd be too selfish. What do you guys call a flying rat? Huh? How does NASA coordinate events? They plan it. You don't know what they call a flying rat? What do you call a flying rat? This is like the only joke I actually kind of have. Because it's just funny. It's just easy. What do you call a flying rat? A bat. You call it a bat. Alright, let me put my signature in here. Having that green. Oh yeah. Yeah, I think we're gonna put a fish up at the top too. Right up in here. We're gonna put a little Christian fish symbol. I mean, I think that would be kind of like considered like a flying rat, huh? A bat. All right, we're gonna put a little bit of form lines in here, just real quick. I could mess that up at all. Ready? I'm gonna call it a day, everybody. I'm tired and I'm hungry. We're gonna put this on the wooden thing and the last drawing, I honestly really like this drawing. This drawing turned out gnarly. Look at how much different this chick is compared to this dude. Like, dang. That dude's like a straight up knight. Or even just seeing like how different this bike is compared to this one. It's in the same angle, basically. Look at it. It's like the same angle. But this is like more modern geometry. But this is like flatland. Honestly, the modern geometry is like very just like kind of blandish, honestly. Because what's weird is like most companies, they just kind of just like put similar geometries, but it all kind of looks the same. What's different is just kind of like the sticker. But that's what's crazy about Flatland is Flatland, it like, they really have unique parts in Flatland. And it's kind of fun to draw. Thank you for the kind words, everybody. I want you guys to know, you guys are in no obligation to be watching the stream. I'm used to people not watching the stream, honestly. I honestly find it weird that you guys are watching the stream because I'm kind of just used to just people not watching the stream. I'm actually very, very used to it. Actually, let's erase some of these. Actually, I guess we'll just keep it like that. I'm going to take off all of the doodads right now. Exit that out. Let's do... The birds of the air will be eating her hand, huh? Text, BMX video, slideshow. Let's push this out one more. One more in. We're gonna get a photo of this. Let me put on actually the more of the light. Well, everybody, this is the character we got done today. Inspired by these verses, which I put these ones on a lot, and take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God. So we try to do, you know, if we think about the armor of God, we have helmet of salvation, breastplate of righteousness, belt of truth, boots of the gospel of peace. We did try and put a little peace sign right there. Sword of the Spirit, which is the Word of God, and the shield of faith by which we can extinguish all the flaming darts of the evil one. But also because of this verse right here, Galatians 5:22, but the fruit of the Spirit is love, joy, peace, patience, kindness, goodness, faithfulness. So within the sword of the Spirit, which we bear fruits of the Spirit, we have a little peace sign, and then we have little hearts. Because we're called to love our enemies. I know it sounds crazy, but it's been a very weird challenge. So you guys are out there. And that's kind of what also trips me out, because I always kind of wonder, like, if there was a collective body of believers and you were tasked to give God glory in a video game, or like making a video game, how would we go about doing that? Right? Like in the video game, would we love our enemies, or would we... I don't know, right? I mean, I guess we try and promote that, but I don't know, right? I don't know anymore. And I'm going to get a thumbnail right now, and that is the thumbnail, everybody. Now I get to eat. I'm so hungry and I'm tired. Just make sure the games are clean, not toxic. I guess it's also the thing about consumers and then the creators. That's the other thing. There's a lot of logistics to all of it. But hopefully the Lord is going to guide us. Adios, everybody. I'm out of here. Here's some close-ups, and we are out of here. Try your best and have fun, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Anybody that has stopped by, I appreciate it. Thank you. Farewell, farewell. Actually, let's see. I guess I could raid somebody. I actually forgot. Wait a minute. I don't know how many people. There are 6 people watching this. I guess I could raid somebody. I forgot. We can raid people. Let's see here. Let me. Where's my phone at? There it is. Let me see who is live. Let us see here, everybody. Let's see. Do you guys play Fortnite? How many people in here play Fortnite? Because I will raid Spencer, but I'll probably just raid him just because if you guys play Fortnite. That's the thing. I don't know if you guys play Fortnite or not. Okay. I did shout him out earlier. Spencer, you're watching this. Hopefully you can play WoW or something.
For some reason, I don't meet too many people that are playing that at the moment. But I do meet some, so... Darn, I don't know who to raid, man. Where are all the blues at? Consumed? I guess let's raid Consumed by Him. It's another, I guess that's a believer. I've actually never raided this guy, so we're gonna raid this dude. Let's see here. I think he stopped by too, so yeah, it'll work out. I'm gonna raid this guy. Since you guys don't play Fortnite. Consumed. Okay, by him. There we go, right here. Boom. There we go. Ready. Consumed by him. Whoa, this game looks cool. I've never even seen this game before. Alrighty, everybody. We're raiding this person. Glory be to God. Thank you for planting and watering seeds of faith.
Join us. Hope you are having a wonderful evening. We appreciate that raid again. Thank you so much. Glory be to God. Thank you for planting and watering seeds today. Amen. Thank you, Jamie. God bless you. Same for you and same to you. I appreciate you so much. Thanks for the raid. Thanks for trusting me, us for the community. We're so glad to have you guys here. And present to you, Jamie, a virtuous squire. Hey, welcome in.
Gotta head out. You know, time to eat. Alright, farewell everybody. I'm out of here.